Chapter 615. Tubo's people were scared. They had been suppressed in terms of momentum. Was there anything more bullying than this? Tubo felt a strong sense of malice. Was he stupid? Let's bet. Give me 3 days. We'll see the results on the 20th of the first month. Isenba knew that he couldn't back down. If he did, the onlookers would spread the news of Tubo's incompetence. Li continued to cover his hands. When this bet is over, you need Tubo to bring the hostages before we can compete again. Otherwise, we'll bet 500,000 taels. Both sides will bet against each other. Okay. Buiju agreed. Morale couldn't be lost. Li turned his head and no longer paid any attention to them. He turned to the crowd and shouted. At this time, the cows and horses have lost their fat. Let the farm keep them for half a month before renting them out to those who need them. Li Dongzhu, I'm willing to take one back to fatten up. Li Dongzhu, I want to take the cow. I have a cow at home. Last year, it became the heir of the Qing family. There's a lot left. Li Dongzhu is mighty. I think a horse is good. Can we settle on it first? Li Dongzhu will help you drive the cows and horses back to Zhuangzi. The onlookers shouted. They all looked happier than Li Yi. Let's go. Li Yi shouted again. With the help of the onlookers, the Li family Zhuangzi's team took 2,900 horses and 2,100 cows and headed south along Zhuke Avenue. They had to go out from the south and circle back to Zhuangzi. One was to go directly east, and the road would be blocked. The other was to boast and show off. Many people stood on both sides of Zhuke Avenue and watched the team pass by. They talked to others about how Tubo had lost again. Let's go back. Tubo's righteousness has been broken. Yao Chong was relieved. Tubo lost to Li Yi in a battle of wits. Li Yi also lost in the battle of wits. He threw out 50,000 taels for the next bet. If he wanted to bet again, he would take out 500,000 taels. If Li Yi won again on the 20th of the first month, Tubo did not dare to gamble. If Li Yi lost the bet on the 20th of the first month, Tubo would be worried if Li Yi lost on purpose. What is false is real, and what is true is false. Nothing is too deceitful in war. Lu Huaixin imitated Li Yi's actions and placed his hands in front of him to warm them up. Tubo lost too much money in Li Yi's hands. His eagerness for quick success is a taboo for military strategists. Zhang Shuo laughed and said they were tricked by the hot air balloons. When Li Yi created the hot air balloons, the states were already at a disadvantage. If hot air balloons can be sold, how much tax should be collected? Baigu suddenly asked. Everyone looked at him. Let me give you an example. Baigu reacted and quickly corrected himself. Otherwise, the imperial physician would be sent to treat him again. Li Yi's troops had not yet left Chang and city. The people along the way cheered, and the troops moved slowly. If the oxen did not run wildly, they would move slowly. Guazi looked at the oxen and horses and smiled as he chatted with Li Yi. Tubo lost too much money because of you. The border is stable and the soldiers there. Border? Li Yi suddenly emphasized the word. Yes, the border. Guazi nodded. There's something. Can the wing knights run to Songzhou with the hot air balloons and packs of explosives in a month? Li Yi's expression became serious. Songzhou. A map appeared in Guazi's mind. Songzhou was the closest to Tubo. At the same time, he estimated the distance. The roads were difficult to travel, and there were many mountains and rivers. After a full quarter of an hour, he said, It's difficult for the cavalry to resupply along the way, unless they conscript the power of every local government. If they travel on foot, the wing knights can carry and deliver the goods in half a month. When he said this, his expression was solemn. The wing knights would have to abandon their horses and force their way through. Li Yi shook his head. Traveling over mountains and rivers with people carrying heavy things. Something will happen to the winged knights. I'll write a letter to His Majesty. With that, he got into the carriage and wrote the letter. Not long after, he handed it to Guazi. Guazi took the letter and rode on another road, taking a detour. Li Longji received the report that Li Yi had earned a large herd of oxen and horses. While he was happy for Li Yi, Guazi came from the Forbidden Garden. "Your Majesty, Li Yi wants to use the winged knights to deliver something to Song Zhou," Guazi said and handed over the letter. Song Zhou. Li Longji thought for a moment and knew where it was. He took the letter. The letter said, "I don't know if Tubo will attack Song Zhou in mid-February. As long as there is a war, even if the Tang dynasty wins, many soldiers will be sacrificed. If hot air balloons and explosives are sent, the morale of Song Zhou will be boosted. If there is a war, the Tang dynasty will lose fewer soldiers. Relay supplies along the way. At this time, a lot of money will be spent. The Li family Zhuangzi is willing to pay for it and not ask the local government to bear the cost." That was all the letter said. There was no literary talent. Prepare men. 3,000 winged knights, 2 horses each. Order the local officials to pay. Yu Huaid will go and return. I said that the local officials can't accept bribes. They ignored my words and wantonly amassed wealth. Take out some of it, or else kill. Li Longji didn't want to let Li Yi spend any more money. He had a backup plan. Why should he let the local officials and the people pay? The officials who took the money took it out. Guazi received the order and went to find men first. He chose 2,000 veterans and 1,000 recruits. The veterans were skilled in treating wounds. When he arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi rushed back first and ordered the villagers to prepare things. According to his information, Tubo had sent troops again in February. They attacked Song Zhou and besieged Song Zhou. Normally, Tubo couldn't do anything to Song Zhou if Song Zhou defended itself. But Song Zhou's governor Sun Rinxian was worried that Tubo would besiege Song Zhou and send troops to attack the Tang dynasty's rear. So when they saw the enemy besieging the city, they didn't need to defend the city. They just took the troops out of the city and beat up the Tibetan army. Li Yi wasn't sure if Tubo would send troops now. What if they did? The result of the war was good. The Tang dynasty won and the Tibetan army was beaten. In the process of the war, people were bound to die. If he sent good weapons, fewer people would die on his side, especially the winged knight soldiers, who knew simple battlefield medicine. Many soldiers didn't die in the direct battle, but died after the battle because of injuries and infection. I can't mess around for a while. Let the situation develop naturally, or it will be easy to make mistakes. Li Yi decided to be quiet for a while. Guazi saw Li Yi. His Majesty wants to force the officials who accepted bribes from the caravans along the way to pay. 3,000 winged knights and 2,000 veterans. Okay, I'll bring you medical kits. This time we'll use a gasoline torch. The explosives are simple because they're made of ordinary gunpowder. Be careful. Li Yi heard that he didn't have to pay, so he simply transported more things. He asked people to bring meat floss, canned meat in bamboo tubes, dried vegetables, dried fruit, and canned fruit in bamboo tubes. We'll ride 2 horses each. Guazi saw the things Li Yi asked people to take out and frowned. Got it. The other winged knights will give you some distance first. When you reach the destination, the speed is the same. The length of the team doesn't affect the speed. Li Yi chuckled. With so many things, how could the officials pay less? After a few days, Yu Huaid and the others would set off again and continue to bribe. Everyone followed the routine. The winged knights, who were about to set off, had a good night's sleep. On the morning of the 17th, the large group of people and carriages set off to the west. Their destination was Songzhou. Chapter 616. Zhuangzi got on the carriage. They had to travel more than 300 miles and come back when the road became difficult. All the logistics within these 300 miles were taken care of by the village head. The winged knights were in charge of relaxing. Li Yi became well-behaved and stopped messing around. He attended classes and copied books every day. Until the 20th of the first month, the Tubo people still couldn't figure out how to create a rainbow. They took out something to exchange for 50,000 taels worth of vouchers and waited at the imperial city gate early in the morning. The onlookers came even earlier. Everyone was very excited. Li Yi arrived under the protection of a group of people. He first looked up at the position of the sun. It was still far from the center. Li Dongzhu, please. Bo Xia looked indifferent, as if he didn't care about winning or losing. Li Yi took the glass and looked at the water inside. He shook his head. There's dust. Refill half the glass. Someone from the Honglu temple brought over a thermos and refilled half the glass. Li Yi tested the temperature of the water and looked up at the sun again. Everyone stand behind me. He turned his back to the sun. He was ready. The others couldn't see, so they could only be anxious. Tubo and the others stood behind Li Yi with their hands behind their backs. Li Yi picked up the glass and drank a big mouthful of water. He spat it out in front of him. A rainbow appeared in midair and gradually dissipated. Li Yi drank another mouthful and spat it out again. Another rainbow appeared in front of him. Take the money and go. Remember to talk to me about a new competition when the hostages are here. Otherwise, it'll be 500,000 taels each time. Li Yi took the glass and got on the carriage. He could still catch up on sleep when he went back. He had been copying books late last night. Tubo people, they only came back to their senses when Li Yi's team left. Just spit water. What does it have to do with the glass? A Tubo person asked blankly. Misleading. The glass is just misleading. Liar. Simba understood. As long as the shape and angle were good, a rainbow could still be seen. With or without that glass, it didn't affect the two rainbows. If Li Yi had only told him how to use water to create rainbows, he would have been able to think of freezing ice and spraying water. The hole was in the glass. It was so beautiful that people couldn't help but think that the key to the appearance of the rainbow was on the glass. I know. When I rinsed my mouth, there was also a rainbow. I forgot. I was only thinking about the glass. Some of the onlookers had encountered similar situations in their daily lives. Look for water. Turn your back to the sun and spray out a rainbow. Go home and show it to the children. The audience left in a hubbub, looking for water spray, rainbows to play with. The great Tang officials who had come to watch also entered the imperial city. 50,000 is too easy to earn. I wonder if Minister Bai will want to collect taxes. Can this be taxed? It's not like I'm selling anything. We have to ask Li Yi if we can collect taxes. If he says we can, then the Ministry of Revenue can collect them. I guarantee that he won't. He earned 50,000 yuan and came all the way from Zhuangzi. It must have been hard on him. We can't compare. He calculates the money in 10,000 yuan. We can only make a dozen yuan. He donated money in the hundreds of thousands. The official's words reached Baigu's ears, and Baigu felt uncomfortable again. He thought that the Ministry of Revenue could get 40,000 yuan according to the calculation of luxury goods. Look, I gave money to the front line in Songzhou. It's back. Tubo attacks Songzhou. I give Songzhou things and Tubo gives me money. It's fair and reasonable. Li Yi said happily. Tubo had no system in chemistry or physics. As long as the other party was willing to play, he could play until they went bankrupt. Songda sat on another shaft. Dongzhu, Tubo can attack Songzhou. They spend a lot of money and know we have hot air balloons. It's good that they don't fight. I'm just worried that the other party will launch a surprise attack. The Tang dynasty lost Songzhou and will have to spend several times more money to get it back. Li Yi wasn't sure if Songzhou could fight a war. At this time in history, Zhang Shaosong was imprisoned in Liangzhou, which was far above Songzhou. At the same time, he was also a military officer in Lingzhou. This meant that Li Longji and Yao Chong in history weren't stupid. If they were captured and imprisoned, they would be thrown in that position. If there really was a war, they could be given to high-ranking officials to lead troops at any time. Otherwise, why didn't they bet on Chang'an? In history, Tubo attacked Songzhou. Maybe it was because the southwest barbarians didn't succeed, or maybe it was because the western region was scared by Zhang Shaosong. Tubo wanted to turn the situation around with a victory and use military action to serve politics. Another point proved that the climate in Tubo during the Tang dynasty did warm up. Otherwise, in March, the local climate was still cold. The grass wasn't dense, and it wasn't suitable for the livestock in the army to eat. I hope Tubo will fight and suffer a big defeat. Song De expressed his opinion. People die in war. Li Yi closed his eyes. Don't people die in Tubo? The more they fear death, the more they will be beaten. Song De insisted on his opinion. Yes. Li Yi opened his eyes. The carriage swayed, and he sat on the shaft with his eyes closed. So when we have good weapons, we have to fight more and beat the enemy until they are scared. Song De waved his fist. Yes, the military forces of the Tang dynasty are not afraid of death. Many good men in the House of Subjugation were killed and had to be disbanded. Before Zhuangzi makes better weapons, we have to be steady. We have the courage to fight hand to hand, but we don't need to fight hand to hand. Li Yi looked at the people in Chang and pursed his lips. The Tang dynasty needed more people. They couldn't let so many people die in the war, but they could let the enemy die. If he didn't cause trouble, he estimated that he could get a year of respite from the war. Then, after 10 months, he could continue fighting. The furnace was already repaired. It could be repaired by summer, and he could continue to make steel. When the molten steel came out, he could make better weapons. The team was sent back to Zhuangzi with the help of the people. Everyone got a bar of soap and a bundle of 6 candles. The restaurant outside the bridge was open to them. They sat down happily and started eating. They went to watch the show early in the morning and didn't eat. Moreover, there were only 2 meals. Now was the right time for the first meal. Li Dongzhu treated them. Li went back to copy books. He had nothing else to do. When it came to technical problems, the craftsman had to be responsible. He had to do it himself. In Xingqing Palace, Yao Chong ran over and pulled Zhang Shuo and Lu Huaishan. Your Majesty, where are the soldiers? Yao Chong held back until today. In fact, he had only held back for 3 days. Did the Wing Knights need to inform him? He was more aware that it had been 3 days. If he brought it up again, it wouldn't change anything. Li Longji wouldn't be disgusted. Go to Songzhou and send canned meat and fruit to the soldiers guarding Songzhou. It's not easy for them. Li Longji looked like he cared about the soldiers. Yao Chong didn't believe it. Was Songzhou closer to Chang'an or to Shu? Shu had fish, fruit, and vegetables all year round. Wasn't there a model now? With the exchange coupons, the merchants in Shu were responsible for collecting supplies. The money for sending a can of chicken from Chang, and was enough to buy a fat chicken in Shu. It was enough to make 10 cans of chicken. Li Longji didn't believe it himself. He added, send hot air balloons and new and better telescopes. The telescopes were updated. Because the glasses were sold more, the technology had improved. Chapter 617. Go, go! The Li family Zhuangzi's villager urged the horses to speed up, shouting as he cracked his whip. The villagers' team of winged knights was racing against time. They wanted to take the best route to the capital. The featherwood flying cavalry sat on the carriages, which were also pulling goods. The horses were running very hard. The villager's heart ached, but he still urged them, unwilling to use his whip on the horses. There's a village up ahead. Let's take a rest there. The winged knights were familiar with the place. They usually ran around and knew the situation. When the team arrived at the village, it was noon. The villagers ran out to see, then turned around and ran back, shouting, Quickly boil water. The winged knights and the Li family Zhuangzi are here, a large group of horses, a large group of people. The people in the village began to move. In the past, they didn't have many good tools to boil water, and they didn't even have enough clay pots to cook rice. Now that they were rich, they changed a lot, especially when it came to the exchange of mud for pottery. They used the free coal slurry that they hired to bring back from the coal mine to make their own coal. The Leaf family's village had an influence on the entire capital government. The rescue of the flood by the Yulin flying cavalry gave the people in other places confidence. When the disaster struck, the Li family Zhuangzi would provide supplies, while the Winged Knights would provide manpower. When they saw the two groups of people together, it was as if they had seen their relatives. The team stopped outside the village, and the Winged Knights helped to unload the carriages. The four-wheeled carriages were parked there, and the two-wheeled carriages used wood to support the shafts in front. The villager unloaded fodder from the carriages, the horses' troughs and water troughs, and collected snow and put it in the water troughs. Then he took out the water bags that were kept warm with a quilt and poured them into the water troughs to let the snow melt. The horses in the carriages drank first, and they also ate the grass first. It'll only be a few days. Send them to their places, then go back and walk slowly. When we get home, I'll give you good food, eggs for every meal. The villager wiped the horses' sweat with a cotton cloth and spoke to them with concern. From time to time, water vapor would spurt out from the horse's nose. It drank water, ate grass, and even snorted when it felt comfortable after being rubbed by the quilt. The villager immediately used his hand to scratch that area. The horse stopped eating and stood there enjoying it. You can rest when you go back. Let the cows work. Who told them to run so slowly? The farmers continued to chat with the horses. The Winged Knight's horses were very self-aware. They waited for the horse pulling the carriage to finish drinking before they went to drink. Everyone knew how much work they had done. All the horses were taken care of when the villagers carried the boiled water over. And the village chief, Lu Li, "You guys can't do this. You should inform the villagers ahead of you when you scout. Don't be afraid of tiring others out." The village chief came over to criticize and educate them. The Winged Knights and the villagers were used to it. Along the way, they never took the initiative to tell the villages in front of them what to prepare. The person in charge of Zhuangzi took out a stack of notes, all of which were 5 coins. There were a total of 1,000 notes. He tied them up into 5 bundles and handed them over. "Sorry for the inconvenience, everyone. I've delayed your work." The person in charge apologized. "What are you doing? You won't care if my GA village suffers from disasters in the future? The Li family Zhuangzi has good work, and you won't let us do it?" The village chief, Lu Li, didn't take the money and asked with his eyes wide open, "How can we do that? We have to help. The Winged Knights are His Majesty's private army. They are close to the capital office. The Winged Knights can't not do anything." The villager waved his hand and put the money away. Since leaving Zhuangzi, he hadn't given out a single coin. When the villages along the way saw their group, they would definitely think of ways to help, even if it was just a mouthful of hot water. The group stopped at the side of the village because they wanted to buy something. The weather was cold, and people wanted to drink hot water to keep warm. "Clean the bowls, don't worry, and drink." The villagers poured water for everyone. As expected, there were too many pottery. Even the bowls were brought over in stacks. The Winged Knights and the villagers drank comfortably. The villagers were also happy. 2 days passed like this. The Li family Zhuangzi's group stopped. There was a plank road in front of them, and the carriages couldn't go up. The road paved by the Zhuangzi on the cliff could only be used by oxen and horses alone, or by people pushing carts and small carts. At the plank road, there was a market to rent vehicles and take care of the vehicles and livestock. The people who came from the plank road and didn't go from here would rent vehicles and eat. If they went from here on the plank road, they would take care of the vehicles and pay a fee. The Li family Zhuangzi's people couldn't send them off. They bid farewell to the Winged Knights and gave the Winged Knights' horses a good meal. The Yulin flying cavalry began to build frames on the war horses and put the goods on them. A group of people came forward. In the middle of winter, they wore jackets like the dock porters. His chest and arms were exposed, so he wasn't afraid of the cold. "Step back. The Winged Knights have things to do." The The winged knights didn't even look at them. What was the use of looking strong? Any one of the 3,000 feather forest winged cavalry could easily take down this person. This plank road is 12.5 miles long. Believe in us, brothers. We will help you carry it. The person wearing the jackets took a step back. How much? I can give you some things. Guazi stepped forward. He was the leader. It's free. The person shook his head. Why? Guazi narrowed his eyes. We can't fight a war. We're counting on you to fight. You fight with your life. We fight with our strength. The person's eyes were clear. Thank you. Behind. Guazi cupped his fist. Brothers, something has happened up ahead. His Majesty has sent his private army over. Help us move it. The leader shouted. Okay. A large group of people answered. Nothing happened. Guazi explained. Understood. Nothing happened. The person looked like he understood. The winged knights were sandwiched in the middle of the group of people helping to carry the goods. The people who earned money to feed the animals and look after the carriages all came over with grass. They held the grass in their hands and put the tips of the grass in front of the horses' mouths. Eat, eat. Eat as much as you can. You must have strength when charging. The person feeding the horses said to them. A long line formed on the plank road. The people from the market here helped to carry the goods down. There was no need for additional instructions. They were all very careful. The Li family Zhuangzi's horse was resting. It was waiting for the winged knights and the goods to be carried up. The people here came over to take care of the Zhuangzi's horse. This place was no longer under the jurisdiction of the imperial government. Everyone was familiar with the Li family Zhuangzi. Everyone, let's make it clear first. The Li family Zhuangzi must pay. The person in charge of Zhuangzi saw that everyone was too enthusiastic and shouted loudly. We don't need money. The Li Dongzhu paid 200,000 yuan to repair the road. It started from here. The plank road is stronger and wider than before. We earn double the wages by repairing the plank road. After the plank road is repaired, we rely on the plank road to make a living. Who doesn't know the Li Dongzhu? The Li family Zhuangzi's horse is already giving us face by eating our grass. A person who brought a lot of cut grass said with a smile. Someone next to him covered the grass with juice and fed it to the horses. The officials at the relay station not far away also came out and brought fried bean powder. The people didn't allow the Li family Zhuangzi's people to refuse. If they refused, it would be looking down on them. Li Yi sold tubo alcohol and lighters for 250,000 yuan. Of the 250,000 yuan, 30,000 yuan was given to the students and 220,000 yuan was used to repair the road. The wages were doubled. After the plank road and the mountain road were repaired, they would earn money. There were also newspapers sold in the imperial government here. Everyone learned to read and write. Chapter 618. What is tax? Tax is that the wolf king eats the fattest human meat, and the monkey king controls the distribution of food collected by the monkeys. Li Yi really didn't cause trouble. He was teaching the students. Talking about taxes, taxes were already reflected in the social relationships of animals. Let's not talk about the country first. In a tribe, the leader must have the best things and then give them to whoever he wants. You all know about roosters, right? Li Yi gave an example. The powerful rooster managed the other roosters and hens. If it caught a bug, if it didn't eat it, it would choose to give it to a hen. So now the root of tax has changed. It's not completely for personal enjoyment. It continues to be a system with multiple purposes. The most direct purpose is to save a large group of people the time to allocate resources. Through the method of collecting first, the distribution is completed. If you don't collect rent, it's too late to collect food from the people during a war. Li Yi raised the level of tax matters. The students were listening. In case there was a test on current affairs, Li Dongzhu's talk about taxes had reference value. During this period, whether it was collecting taxes to build water conservancy or roads, it was included in the aspect of saving time. Later on, the Chongping changed and became the distribution of resources to serve the group. As the division of labor in society changed, everyone's ability was different and the amount of resources they controlled changed. Tax had a new function, which was to balance the wealth gap. Collecting more taxes from the rich and subsidizing the poor in turn was social fairness. Fairness for the poor was to be able to live. Fairness for the rich was to be able to live. Li Yi's lesson involved the war after the polarization. The poor lived, the rich lived. It was fair to everyone. Otherwise, the poor would kill the rich to restore fairness. The students nodded vigorously. In the past, they didn't live well and hated the rich. Therefore, tax is to balance social relations, and the collection of business tax is also to balance the relationship between people who rent. As long as a certain industry, the scholars, farmers, businessmen don't pay taxes, the balance will be broken. For the time being, we won't consider other taxes. We will only add a business tax in addition to the agricultural tax. If the exam is about this and you are smart enough, don't write about other aspects first, especially whether officials have to pay taxes. Li Yi began to step on the brakes. He didn't want a student to be impulsive and write the wrong current affairs policy. He was clearly asking about the business tax, but he insisted that the Prime Minister of the Political Affairs Hall pay more tax. Of course, if you are brave enough, you can ask Minister Cui to pay the taxes first. I can't protect you. Li looked sincere. Ha ha ha. The students laughed loudly. Business tax is necessary to be fair. The merger of land is not fair now, but it has nothing to do with the exam. We will solve this problem in the future. Everyone knows that war is not constant and water is impermanent. Taxes are not always the same. Don't be dogmatic when writing policies. Whatever business tax you collect today, you might not collect it in the future. The rent he collected today would not be collected in the future. Current affairs must be timely, forward-looking, rational, and not radical. Among the virtuous fighters, there were no outstanding merits, because they were all solved by means of breaking off conspiracies and breaking off diplomatic relations. Even if it was a war, they would use justice and peace to win. Everyone knew how to play chess, and it was always better to make peace. This is not a peaceful peace. It is a peace where both sides have no choice but to make peace. Li Yi talked about the art of war and politics side by side, comparing them. Li Dongzhu, according to what you said, what we are pursuing is peace. A student raised his hand. What you are pursuing is not to lose. Only under the premise of not losing can you find the enemy's loophole and succeed in one strike. Making a surprise move is to break a finger or to survive in a desperate situation. As examinees, you don't have the ability to go against the entire imperial court system. Making a surprise move is gambling. Let me tell you, don't put your thoughts on gambling. Whoever gambles will lose. Li Yi became serious. He was afraid that some students would be too hot-blooded and say all the things they shouldn't say, and then the students nodded vigorously again. What they were learning now was the key to the imperial examination. Next, I will talk about the impact of trade among the many factors of war. War has always been caused by benefits, political benefits, and economic benefits. Economic benefits are very simple. When you are full, you will see that others want something good. If you can't get it through peaceful means, you will snatch it. Political benefits are the right to speak. If you speak in your own home, won't others listen to you? Some people have children, big children and small children. The big children always like to order the small children around. If the small children are unhappy, this is the right to speak. If you have the right to speak, you will also have the good things. Therefore, regardless of any conflicts, the goal of war is the specific way to carry out the will of a power. Li Yi talked about another topic of current affairs. It was about trade and breaking the deadlock between both sides. The students lowered their heads and took notes quickly. They only understood today that Li looked at the problem directly from the core. Taxation is the balance of a group's interests. War is the fight for the right to speak. Next, let's talk about the possible questions in current affairs. Is the source of technological innovation in the military the craftsman? No, the source of technological innovation is to solve conflicts. Technological innovation in the military solves the conflict of the right to speak. The technological innovations applied to agriculture and industry solve the conflict between the farmers and the rest of the population. Don't count on technology to completely solve the conflict. No matter how technology develops, the conflict will always exist. Technology can ease the conflict. External, it is new weapons. War benefits, in other words, plunder. Internally, it is the transformation of productivity. Don't talk about it so deeply during the exam. Just talk about the war directly. Li threw out another perspective of current affairs. He talked about the experience of countless dynasties. The students were touched. They were not stupid. No one had ever lectured them like this before. He told you the source of all the problems. Once you knew the source, you could control it. How easy would it be to answer current affairs questions? Dong Zhu, you are teaching us the strategy of governing a country? Some students were so touched that their eyes turned red. What strategy of governing a country? You haven't even governed a place before, and you want to govern a country? Let me tell you, after the exam, go down to the place. If anyone dares to use their connections to get a promotion, don't say that I removed you. Even if you are the son of the Minister of Personnel, you can't do it. Do you believe that if he dares to give you a promotion, I will take care of him as well? Li did not even dare to talk about governing a country. With just a few words, the students went crazy. Set your mind straight. Put the exam first. Don't think about governing a country immediately. You are far behind. I will mention one thing about Tubo. Relying on the geographical location and environment, alliance and betrayal, betrayal and restoration. There is nothing much to say. Li said casually. The students should understand the international situation. The war between the Tang dynasty and Tubo had never stopped. Only during his time did he fully grasp the situation. That was not only a military issue. It proved that the ruling party of his time was indeed powerful. Dong Zhu, after the exam, I will be lucky to pass and be assigned to a place. I need money, and I can't rope in other rich people. Will you help? A student asked. Governing a place required assistance. I will teach you how to rope in people first. If you use them well, it will be your own ability. Zhuangzi can give you money. I can help whoever becomes the local official. Li said with a smile. Chapter 619. In this class, Li only gave the students time to go to the toilet. The class only ended at 1:00 p.m. Li was too hungry and did not want to go to the cafeteria to eat. He disguised himself and went to the Baishui Bridge under the protection of a group of guards who also disguised themselves. He scooped a bowl of free soup and gave a 5 yuan and a 1 yuan coupon to the people who had gathered to set up stalls and learned how to sell jianbing guozi. After thinking for a while, he took out a 2 yuan coupon and said, "Add an egg for me." Eggs were cheap. Li family Zhuangzi crazily taught others how to artificially hatch eggs. Everyone chose suitable places to raise chickens. Waiting for the river to develop, there were more people raising ducks and geese. Eggs, on the other hand, were cheaper. Even the farmstead no longer sold 100 boiled round eggs. The price of soy sauce plummeted. After the promotion, whoever wanted to make soy sauce could do it themselves. You want mung bean powder. Do you want salty? The person selling jianbing guozi asked. Jianbing guozi, mung bean powder, and whole wheat flour were quite different. Mung beans could grow bean sprouts, but the yield was small. If he wanted whole wheat flour, 3 yuan would be enough. Add more chopped green onions. Don't make it too salty. Li thought for a while and did not want to drink too much water. Okay, The other party was very happy. You put these green onions in the cellar, right? If you see that they are not good, quickly make them into chopped green onions. Roast them dry and soak them in water. Li understood what was going on when he saw the color and state of the chopped green onions. Dried green onions, dried coriander, and dried carrots were the seasonings of his instant noodles at that time. In fact, this was the method that he liked to use in Japan, especially when he was selling noodles. Basically, they did not cut the fresh green onions. Some cooperatives specialized in growing green onions. If they had connections, they would find Japan to export. Now it was used in the Tang dynasty. However, the people of the Tang dynasty liked the fresh green onions. The Jianbingguo seller soaked the chopped green onions in water. I removed the blisters. Don't worry, I can't embarrass the Li family Zhuangzi by selling things outside Li Dongzhu, the other party admitted. What does your selling have to do with Li Dongzhu's face? Li was puzzled. I'm not the one selling it. The Li family Zhuangzi's things must be the best, even if it is at the head of the Ba River Bridge. Are you that kind of person? The person selling crepes was unhappy. Did he meet an idiot? Li nodded his head twice. I drank too much last night. My head still hurts now. Don't drink so much alcohol. It's not a good thing. It's a hindrance. The person selling crepes said kindly. Yes, I don't usually drink so much. What else could Li do? Here, go and scoop the soup. Don't eat the free, salted vegetables. The Jianbing seller placed the Jianbing fruit on a bamboo tray. This was the tableware that the Li family had placed here to save on packaging. Otherwise, why would they wrap the crepes in paper? It would be a waste of paper. The Li family Zhuangzi gave them a pile of bamboo plates to wash. Li went to scoop the soup. Today's soup was duck rack soup. There was still a lot of meat on the duck rack, but it had all been boiled away. Li scooped half a bowl of soup and picked up some mustard and salted vegetables. He sat there and watched the stall's business while eating. He immediately discovered that all the stall's things were better than normal. The price did not change, so the profit was obviously low. There were many people buying and the quantity was large. The overall profit was pulled up. Guyen, call the students over. Let them see. This is a reflection of the state of economics. Li said to eunuch Guyen. Guyen was the closest to him. He himself did not expect that the stall at the Ba River Bridge would take the initiative to maintain a high-quality service. The price was not higher than other places, but there were more people coming to buy. Everyone was working together to maintain the quality of the goods at the Li family Zhuangzi Bridgehead Market. At the same price, they did not lose out at all. Whether a product could make money or not depended not on the cost and profit, but on the sales volume. Even if it was making airplanes and could monopolize the global sales volume, it was fine if the investment and output were lower. Now that this market represented quality, the people who came to set up stalls would bring more goods. Your Majesty, starting from the new year, the Ministry of Revenue has collected 1,800,000, 1,110, and 400 coins in business tax. On the second day of the second month, Li Yi's time was the traditional dragon raising its head festival. Now that no one cared about it, Bai Gu ran to Xingqing Palace to report the good news. He actually wanted to report on the first day of the new year, but he was afraid that people would ask him for money during the court meeting. He had collected more than 1,800,000 coins in taxes, but he still had not received rent. After the report, he was very depressed. Why were the 3 prime ministers all here? Good. Li Longji praised. He had just been analyzing the war situation with the other prime ministers. No one knew when the other side would start the war, not to mention where the war would start from. Both sides were on the move. Right now, the 3 prime ministers could only understand Songzhou because the winged knights were running toward Songzhou with a pile of things from the Li family Zhuangzi. The prime ministers were not idiots. They began to analyze in the direction that the winged knights were heading. Your Majesty, is there going to be a war? After Baigu finished speaking, he looked at everyone's expressions and realized that he had rushed over too abruptly. Everyone looked serious. He dared to bet his head that it was not because of money. The Ministry of Revenue already had money. There was no need for the court to worry about money. Besides, even if the Ministry of Revenue did not have money, Xiao Yi's Zhuangzi also had money. War lacked money, and Xiao Yi had always provided it for free. Now it was not war that lacked money, but war? Baigu was also worried. In the past, when war was mentioned, the first thing he thought about was money and supplies and baggage. Now that he had money, he thought about people when war was mentioned. When there was no money, the lives of the Tang dynasty soldiers seemed worthless. When there was money, he realized that the lives of any Tang dynasty citizen were worth money. Your Majesty, give me a month. I promise to raise another 1,000,000. We can't let the frontline soldiers suffer. Baigu, who had always been stingy, suddenly became generous. Li Yi has made his move. Yao Chong glanced at Baigu. Ah. Baigu lowered his head again. Xiao Yi's move? Then it had nothing to do with the Ministry of Revenue. Xiao Yi had money. It was not easy to save up money. He could not just throw it away. Brother, Yi means that he is not sure. If Tubo attacks, we should defend and counterattack. We cannot act rashly. Li Longji did not care about Baigu. He talked about Li Yi's strategy. This time, they could only wait for the enemy to attack. They could not take the initiative to attack. I agree. Lu Huaishan had always supported Li Yi. Now that he heard His Majesty mention Brother Yi, he understood. I agree with Prime Minister Lu. Zhang Shua quickly expressed his opinion. Yao Chong nodded gloomily. Your Majesty, we should not attack. Baigu almost laughed out loud. He saved money again. There was no need to attack. Xiao Yi was really good to him. She was afraid that the Ministry of Revenue would pay for it. How is Baigu's health recently? Li Longji had long noticed that his brother Yi cared a lot about Baigu. Whoever brother Yi cared about would be in trouble. Your Majesty, I will be fine, right? I have not been coughing recently, nor do I have a fever. Baigu was suddenly afraid. He also heard that as long as Li Yi was good to someone, that person would easily have problems. For example, he personally went to persuade Li Riji. Long Zhe, do not be afraid. Li Yi is here. He did not go out. Wei Jigu once again felt the same. Not only him, but he was also the Minister of Revenue. When he was sick, he felt terrible. He felt like he was going to die. Then, Li Yi would watch over him and give him medicine. Li Longji looked at Baigu. Baigu, go to my brother Yi's place. However, do not ask him for money. Chapter 620. Xiao Yi, how are you doing in Zhuangzi recently? Baigu arrived at Li family Zhuangzi at noon. Li Yi was eating hot pot accompanied by palace maids and eunuchs. It was a double hot pot. As soon as Baigu arrived, the palace maids and eunuchs stood up. They took away the big double hot pot that Li Yi ate with them and brought a small one. Old Bai, have you eaten breakfast? Li looked at Baigu and asked. Yes. Baigu sat down. What did you eat in the morning? Li Yi continued to ask. Steamed buns, millet porridge, shrimp oil side dishes served in Zhuangzi. Baigu answered honestly. Did you drink water in the morning? Did you drink much? Did you drink tea? Li Yi still had questions. Yes, not much. Baigu recalled. Don't eat first. I will check your liver function in the evening. Li Yi smiled. Baigu sniffed. The bone broth and chicken broth in the double hot pot smelled really good. Old Bai, go to the study to read. Li Yi couldn't bear to let everyone eat the double hot pot while he read alone. No need. Baigu gritted his teeth. From now on, he wouldn't eat or drink. Therefore, the small pot was removed and Li Yi sat next to the big pot again. Xiao Yi, how much tax did you collect in 1 month? Baigu couldn't eat, so he chatted with Li Yi. It should be more than last year's tax for 2 months. Li Yi guessed. Yes, more than 2 months. 8 million. The entire Tang dynasty started to collect taxes. 1 month's tax revenue can't even compare to several years of previous years. Baigu became excited when he talked about money. From next year onwards, the greenhouse vegetables will no longer be taxed at 10%. The commoners of the capital will set aside some land for the purpose of planting greenhouses. The vegetables in the greenhouse could no longer be sold at a high price, and the cucumbers that cost more than $100 were out of the question. Excluding the cost of the greenhouses, the profits earned by the commoners are still considerable. Li Yi wanted to say that it was too little, but he changed his mind. It was impossible for it to be too little. Baigu sniffed again. It's good that the people are rich. They can buy more things, and there are more people coming to sell things. I collect taxes. What do you mean by collecting taxes from the entire Tang dynasty? The people from the Ministry of Revenue have learned it well. This year, they will be sent to the various prefectures to teach and perfect the details of local tax collection. We can try it out the year after next. Li Yi was not in a hurry to collect taxes from the whole country. As long as the governor started collecting taxes, the money would be enough to support the current financial expenditure of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi thought about how the capital government collected taxes to support the country's finances. He raised the issue of expenditure with Baigu. The capital office collects taxes, and the merchants from outside have to take the receipts. The imperial court has to give the benefits that should be given. The capital government will bear the burden of providing taxes for the commoners' consumption, and the Ministry of Revenue has to allocate money. The main thing is to repair the roads. The main roads leading to Tang and from the surrounding 20 counties are not bad. Li Yi asked Baigu to spend the money to be fair to the other party. He said that the main roads needed to be repaired again. It was not suitable to build cement roads because it was too expensive. Apart from the county towns, there were also villages. The roads from the villages to the county towns needed to be repaired so that they could be connected to every village. A portion of the funds had to be allocated to subsidize the repair and construction of new houses for low-income families. The money for the repairs would be allocated directly. The imperial court would be responsible for the construction of new houses, and the residents would have to pay for the rest. The portion that they had to pay for themselves would be paid by the imperial court first, and the residents would have to pay it back slowly on a monthly basis without interest. The river channels and ditches would still be cleaned up, and the small rivers would be widened. This would ensure that small boats could travel on the canals from the various rivers of the capital government to the villages. The cement could be used to build small docks to make it convenient for the commoners who did not have livestock to transport goods by boat during the winter season. Baigu was in charge of listening. The 2 palace maids and 2 eunuchs next to him put down their chopsticks and took out their notebooks to record what Li Yi said. For the commoners who have land in the capital government, don't plant hemp anymore. Plant cotton. This is a strategic demand. Eliminate the mediocre demand. The imperial court will buy it and maintain the price. Li Yi followed his train of thought and mentioned another matter that would affect the interests of others. Eliminate the mediocre demand. The commoners would no longer pay extra labor time and hand in hemp and silk. They would no longer plant hemp and mulberry trees or raise silkworms. They would all be changed to planting cotton. The Li family Zhuang and Lu Li village had enough cotton seeds. Baigu looked around and felt guilty. He lowered his voice and said, "According to the population, the cotton has been separated. There are rich families who have more land. They have already changed to planting grain. This year, 120 families have participated in the greenhouse vegetable planting." He was familiar with the data. He had sent people to monitor how many vegetables the greenhouses produced. Of course, he knew who was planting the vegetables. Don't worry about the farmers. Everyone will eat the grain they grow. In Tang, and the Yellow River freezes and dries up in winter, there will be less grain. Li Yi temporarily did not deal with the land annexation of the rich families. He would take it slow. It would not run away. The capital government would no longer have the opportunity to annex land. The Li family Zhuang Zi used another method to lend money to others. This included buying clothes, seeing a doctor, buying cooking oil, and so on. The commoners would pay it back slowly. If there was an accident and they could not pay it back, the loan period would be extended and the interest would be reduced. He also found work for them. The commoners did not need to sell their land to survive. Their income also increased. Otherwise, why would the commoners erect a longevity tablet for him? A longevity tablet was not erected for you just because you were good-looking. Baigu sniffed again and swallowed. Every year, special officials are arranged to oversee Henan Prefecture. I'm afraid that people in Chang and won't be able to eat. He understood the situation. Wei Zhigu had gone to Henan Prefecture to investigate and thus offended Yao Chong. He had returned from Henan Prefecture last year. Before that, he had been reorganizing Henan Prefecture's warehouses. When Chang and ran out of food, the emperor brought a large group of people to Luoyang to eat. Luoyang had canals. They did not need the Yellow River to support transportation. Old Bai, there are no major wars that require the imperial court's funding. 8 million yuan. Tell the commoners that the capital government will invest this much. Li Yi had not eaten a single bite. He had only been chatting. Ah, all of it? Baigu's heart twitched. You said that you would use 8 million yuan to repair roads and houses. When you really need to repair them, it will not be used together. This is called earmarking for a specific purpose. If you don't believe me, I guarantee that someone will want to use this money in less than 2 days. Li Yi shrugged and told Baigu that if he did not quickly find a way out for the money, everyone would eat it. Baigu's mouth moved. He lowered his head and sighed. The Minister of Revenue was in charge of the money. It was not his money. It was true that others would covet it. If you set up the project, no one will be able to touch the money. The land has not been converted yet. If you need money urgently, you can use it. Li Yi gave him an idea. Didn't you say earmarking for a specific purpose? Baigu found fault with him. Find the Workers' Alliance and transfer the money to them. The Workers' Alliance will transfer the money to other places. The Workers' Alliance will accept the task of repairing roads and houses. As long as the project is completed, the money will be spent in the right place. The money in other places is not earmarked for a specific purpose. When there is enough money, you can transfer it to the Workers' Alliance. Li Yi explained the method of using earmarked funds. Baigu considered it. What if they ask for a portion of the work to be paid once? How do you transfer it? That is, the Workers' Alliance has a deposit. You transfer the deposit. If there is not enough money, I have it. I can borrow it from the Workers' Alliance to increase the deposit. Li Yi still had a way to deal with it. The deposit can be transferred. Baigu caught the main point. No money can be transferred. Did the Ministry of Revenue transfer too little in the past? If you want to establish a perfect system, the Ministry of Revenue will issue government bonds. I will buy them. Li Yi followed the strict requirements. If the money was not transferred, the imperial court would provide the government bonds. Wouldn't that be enough? What's a government bond? Baigu heard a new term. Accumulating debts. Li Yi gave him an idiom. Chapter 6:21. Borrow money from the people? Of course, Baigu knew the content of this word. King Kwa of Zhou wanted to attack the Qin state. He borrowed money from the people, but he had no money to pay it back. He avoided the debt and ran to the high platform. Old Bai, don't you want to be strict? There is a complete set of methods. Li Yi said with a smile. Baigu shook his head. No, I'm afraid of breaking my promise to the people. Breaking our promise to the people is secondary. The issuance of national debt will promote the depreciation of the currency. Now only Zhuangzi uses exchange coupons and guarantees, with Zhuangzi's wealth and technical credit. When the Tang dynasty issues currency and then introduces national debt, it will drive the depreciation of the world's currency. Transportation is inconvenient, the speed of information transmission is slow, and the currency depreciates. The people in remote areas have no way to live. Li Yi was serious and explained the national currency system and people's livelihood to Baigu. When the speed of information transmission is fast enough and the bank savings system is established, the currency depreciation can be promoted. As long as the currency is not issued with non-consumable goods as collateral, it will definitely depreciate. There's a lot of grain planted in the field. The currency is issued according to the grain planted. When the grain is eaten, the currency is still there. The currency issued because of the grain is naturally transferred to other goods. If other goods are damaged or thrown away, the currency is still there. When the equivalent currency appears, its value is destined to be reduced. At the same time, with the development of technology, the reduced value will be made up by productivity. It is dynamic. Li Yi briefly introduced some of the inevitable problems of the currency system to Baigu. Baigu kept swallowing his saliva as he listened. He had thought that he was already very powerful. At the age of 20, he became a jinsher. He also knew a lot of problems of officials and the court system. When he came into contact with taxation, he learned quickly and almost understood it. He didn't expect to hear a huge system when he came to see if he was sick. Baigu raised his hand to wipe the sweat. Tao Hong, next to him, handed over a silk handkerchief. Baigu nodded to express his gratitude and wiped the sweat on his forehead. When he looked at Li Yi, he was a little scared. He understood that his little friend, Li Yi, had only casually mentioned a few things. If one believed in it and tried to understand it, there would probably be many books. When other students were diligently studying the 4 books and 5 classics in order to prepare for the imperial examination, this young friend was observing the changes in the world. It was no wonder that His Majesty kept calling him my brother Yi in the court. What he knew was enough to support a dynasty. Old Bai, don't be too conflicted. Take one step at a time and eat one bite at a time. When the time comes, you will naturally understand. Li Yi could guess Baigu's mood. The knowledge system was the most important. Baigu put down the handkerchief and concluded, if we issue too much banknotes, the people will not be able to make a living. So now, I, Zhuangzi, am the one distributing the goods. Gold is money, silver is precious metal, copper is money, and silk is also money. I want to take the silk out. It's not easy to store it. There's also the gloomy wood that Big Brother sent. When the weather gets warmer, I want to raise the price of gloomy wood. It's a non-renewable resource and can hold its value. After Li Yi finished speaking, he quickly ate 2 mouthfuls. He felt that the old man was deliberately talking to him. The old man was waiting for his blood to be drawn to check his liver. He couldn't eat or drink, so he had to find someone to accompany him. Baigu swallowed his saliva as expected. The hot pot was too fragrant. Seeing Li Yi eat a few mouthfuls, Baigu had another question. What is the currency used to calculate the value of banknotes? The most stable currency is gold, silver, and copper. You can issue as much as you have. When it's time to issue, I will provide the imperial court with a few copper, gold, and silver mines. Li Yi spoke of a currency calculation method. It was the purest. Just like greenback, gold was used as collateral in the beginning. When the amount of gold, silver, and copper is less, what will you do? Baigu thought far ahead. At that time, the currency is issued by credit. The value of credit currency depends on domestic production technology and external international relations. Li Yi gave another currency as collateral. When the time comes, the currency will depreciate. Baigu nodded, indicating that he understood this point. Li Yi shook his head. Maybe it will increase in value. How can it be possible to buy more things? Is it productivity? Baigu was very focused at this moment. Productivity is one thing. If one can produce 500 caddies per mu, of course, food will be cheap. The purchasing power of money for food will increase. The other is territory. Take down India and make it the territory of the Tang dynasty. Then find some places where there are no people to occupy. With better farming tools, such as a lot of cattle, the price of food will still be cheap. With more cattle, the cattle will also be cheap. Just kill them and eat their meat. The currency will increase in value. When Li Yi said this, the map of the 2 continents with kangaroo and tomato appeared in his mind. Of course, there were few people in the origin of coffee, and the land area was large. Cui Lu next to him took Li Yi's plate, put the meat that she had cooked on it, and put it back. Bai Gu glared at her. "Little girl, what do you mean? Are you trying to give me some advice?" Cui Lu stuck out her tongue. She was not afraid of Bai Gu at all. She just wanted to tell Bai Gu to stop talking. Dongzhu was eating. "Xiao Yi, you eat first." Bai Gu compromised because the other palace maids and eunuchs were looking at him. He could not do anything to the 4 classes of Tao Hong. The 32 of them had come into contact with too many secrets of the Li family Zhuangzi. The family members were all taken care of together in the 6 Li village. The relatives of the family could go to the 6 Li village to visit relatives. The more than 100 families in the 6 Li village were not allowed to go far. They had to be careful when they went out. Some of the palace maids and eunuchs had older brothers and sisters. In order to prevent them from being threatened, they were brought to the 6 Li village. Let's put it this way. If a minister of revenue went missing, the imperial court would be furious. If a palace maid and eunuchs could not be found, the imperial court would be frightened. Li Yi sped up his eating. He knew that Bai Gu's visit was mainly to check on the body and that he still had a lot to say. When he was about 60% full, Li Yi put down his chopsticks and went to check the rooms. The patient with the lung injury had long since had his tube removed. He was slowly undergoing recovery training and had not stopped taking his medicine. He was drinking herbal medicine that could relieve pain and inhibit the growth of fungi. The other 33 people were being watched by 390 chitons. The 390 people were very dedicated. They were also going out to take care of more than 11,000 southwestern barbarian captives. There's nothing special going on in the Ministry of Revenue right now. The assistant ministers and doctors can take care of it. I heard from His Majesty and the Prime Minister that there will be war in Songzhou. Bai Gu was waiting outside the inpatient building. When Li Yi came back from checking the rooms and headed to Li Yi's main courtyard, he spoke. They might not be able to fight. I actually hope that Tubo will fight once and let Songzhou train the soldiers. The main thing is the application of vision in actual combat. When it came to war, Li Yi's attitude was proper. Bai Gu knew what vision was. In previous wars, the catapults would be placed in the open to fire at the enemy's catapults. Vision was when the catapults were in the city. Someone on the city wall would calculate the parameters and feed it back to the city. The catapults in the city would fire according to the command. The enemy couldn't see and wanted to fire back, but they didn't give them a chance. After a few losses, the enemy will probably learn. Bai Gu never underestimated the enemy. It's fine. You can measure the trajectory. The catapults use a parabola. Look at the highest point, the middle transition point, and the landing position. When we get there, I'll draw it for you. Li Yi brought Bai Gu into the study. He found a pen, ruler, and compass and explained the parabola. This involved observation poles and the choice of position. As for the wind and direction, there was basically no need to consider. Calculating the position of the catapults was much easier than calculating the position of the artillery. Chapter 6:22. Shall we stop? Don't talk anymore. My head hurts. When Li Yi was talking, Bai Gu rubbed his temples. Actually, there's no need. We have binoculars. The catapult is only a little far. When the hot air balloon rises, we can see it from the sky. Li Yi put down his pen. It was a pity that no one liked to listen to him talk about mathematics. He had almost forgotten it. He had to learn it all over again. It was very tiring. Xiao Yi, do you have any other things that can make a lot of money recently? Bai Gu quickly changed the topic. He realized that the little bit of mathematics he had learned was not enough to support him to understand Li Yi's words. No, actually I have something, but I can't sell it. I use the blowtorch principle to create a better air pressurized cylinder. It can be used as a flamethrower. Can this be sold? Li Yi said something to express his regret. No. Bai Gu shook his head. He once again felt that he had found the reason why Li Yi could not enter the imperial court. Li Yi knew too much. He threw him into the position of prime minister to deal with matters and delayed Li Yi's time. When they were eating, he talked about the monetary system. When he came back, he drew a parabola. Now he was talking about the military. Oh, in the middle, he also went to check the wards. Xiao Yi knew medicine, so he came to do the check himself. But I'm building a ship. It's a very fun ship. It can sail against the current. It doesn't need sails or oars. Li Yi said the ship he had the workshop build. Pull! Bai Gu said something. I'm also rowing. Li Yi rolled his eyes. A pole was a pole. Different tools on a ship had different chance. The sail was on top, the oars were on the side, and the pole touched the bottom of the water. The oars were placed at the tail of the ship. They were used to move the ship forward. The technical difficulty of using the oars was greater than the oars. A small boat with oars that could reach the shore with one or was the beginner level of oars. Generally, only places in Jiangnan used oars. Ordinary people would not even know the direction. Sell for a lot of money? Can you collect taxes? Bai Gu stopped joking and asked seriously. It can't be sold for a lot of money. Others will know when they see it. If you're willing to collect taxes, wait for me, Zhuangzi, to make more. Let's see who will buy it. I'll give you the account book. Li Yi shrugged and said. Then he said, Old Bai, don't always think about money. Look at how happy you used to be. You automatically became Minister of Revenue. You've changed. You, come and be the Minister of Revenue. This old man doesn't want to be the Minister of Revenue anymore, Bai Gu said gloomily. When I was the Minister of Revenue, I was still as carefree as I am now. Was the financial problem of the Tang dynasty a problem? To be honest, your little bit of work in the Ministry of Revenue is far inferior to my Zhuangzi's financial affairs. Old Bai, your Ministry of Revenue is now in a passive position. The idea I gave you to build roads and houses for the common people is an active one. My Zhuangzi has always been an active one. The exchange coupons were printed by the Li family Zhuangzi. They're updating the technology so that others can't copy them. Li Yi smiled and said to Bai Gu. He poured water for himself and put a cup in front of Bai Gu. He put away the thermos bottle. Bai Gu couldn't drink water. Bai Gu looked at the empty porcelain bowl in front of him. You replaced the porcelain core with the hand grinder. Is it broken? The Ministry of Revenue can still sell noodles. Of course it can. Instant noodles are not suitable for ordinary people to eat. It's expensive. Even if it's a little more expensive, the common people will calculate. If they can't eat and wear, they'll be poor if they can't calculate. After Li Yi finished speaking, he tested the temperature of the water and drank it in one gulp. He couldn't drink water slowly in front of the old man. It was impolite. The old man couldn't drink water. Xiao Yi, the people in the Ministry of Revenue are not stable. There's too much money. When I think of the 8 million yuan in taxes a month, I feel like I'm floating. Bai Gu asked for advice again. He had lived to this age and could put down his face. If he didn't understand, he could ask. Asking others was shameless. Asking Li Yi, there was no such word. Li Yi wasn't just a secondary second-rank official. He was also the emperor's think tank, Brother Yi. When the prime ministers of the Political Affairs Hall said, "My brother Yi," in front of them, the prime ministers didn't refute. This was enough to prove Li Yi's ability and status. Is the Ministry of Revenue usually very busy? Li Yi looked at the empty cup in front of him and asked. It's busy this year. Busy collecting taxes. Bai Gu put the cup to the side. Looking at it made him want to drink tea. Bring them to the Zhang family village to play for a few days. Leave a few people who are willing to work there. Li Yi gave an idea. A few days? Baigu caught the key word. Yes, just them. 5 days in the Zhang family village. Li Yi nodded. Okay. Baigu didn't ask for the reason. Since the Ministry of Revenue's people were unstable, it was right to listen to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi never cheated her own people in this regard. At night, Baigu had fasted for enough time. Li Yi began a full examination. At precisely the time of the evening, all the results were out. Old Bai, you don't have any major problems. You have a bunch of small problems, but you won't die. The main problem is that you don't sleep well. Find an imperial physician who can massage you. A doctor is also fine. Before you go to bed at night, let him massage you. You'll fall asleep after a while. I'll make an eye mask for you. Stuff 2 balls of gum in your ears. Without the light and sound, you'll be able to sleep better. Li Yi didn't give Baigu a receipt. He didn't even open one. Where could he print it? Did he have to leave the film for Baigu alone? I won't die. Baigu felt that the sky was clear, the kind that was bright and sunny, even if it was pitch black outside now. No, but this year, as long as you feel uncomfortable, such as a runny nose or a stomachache, hurry up and come to Zhuangzi. From the current examination results, if you have any physical symptoms in the future, come to Zhuangzi in time. I guarantee that you won't die. Don't think that one examination will be enough. In summer, you might have a fever or a cold or contracted some disease. Li Yi compared the current situation. He didn't believe that Baigu was sick and he couldn't save him. According to the information, Baigu didn't die immediately when he fell sick. There was a process. Li Longji changed him to another department and even personally wrote the prescription, but he still died. There was a process, so it couldn't be a sudden cardiovascular disease. It also couldn't be a rabid dog that was bitten by a dog or scratched by a cat. If that was the case, the information should have written that he pretended to be crazy and was afraid of water at the last moment. Hurry up, hot pot. You ate it for lunch. I can't go home today. Baigu wanted to eat hot pot. He was greedy. You can go back, old Bai. The city gate is not closed at night now. From the 15th day of the first lunar month onwards, it will always be open for everyone to come and go. Li Yi reminded Baigu that times had changed. There was no curfew and people could enter and leave Chang and city at any time. Hot pot, double hot pot. Baigu didn't listen to anything about whether he could enter the city or not. Okay, old Bai, are you leaving after lunch? If not, I'll arrange a courtyard for you. If you leave, I'll arrange a motorcade. Do you want to go home and tell your followers? I'm not leaving. I'll drink with you. You go check the rooms again. Don't delay the treatment. Baigu felt that it wasn't easy to be allowed to come by His Majesty. He had to seize the time to ask some questions in his heart. Therefore, it was still the double hot pot in the evening. Li Yi warmed up 500 grams of 15% rice wine. Although it was only 15% rice wine, it was quite strong. Ordinary grape wine only had a few degrees. One would feel dizzy after drinking half a bottle. Old Bai, list the questions you want to ask. I'll take a look. Then I'll tell you while we eat. Li Yi knew Baigu's purpose. It was just to ask questions. He was used to it. Chapter 6:23. Baigu had a lot of questions, but when he heard Li Yi's words, he didn't want to ask any more. Xiao Yi, everyone is asking you questions, and many of them are about national policies. You didn't leave your name, and you even have to bear some responsibility for saying the wrong things. Do you think it's worth it? Baigu asked questions about Li Yi himself. The other scholars couldn't wait for everyone to know how talented they were so that they could be favored by His Majesty. They could be invited by His Majesty to drink in Fonglin Garden or Pear Garden and become high-ranking officials. Xiao Yi had never shown this before. How could a young man be so calm? Old Bai, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Li Yi prepared the dipping sauce and put it on the table. Lie first. Baigu found it interesting. Lying means that the country will die. Misfortune and fortune are two sides of the same coin. Li Yi put oysters into the 2 pots of the mandarin duck pot. Bai Gu narrowed his eyes. Why does your lie sound like the truth to me? Other than being delicious, you don't have any flaws. Old Bai, I don't agree with you. What's wrong with eating? One can't get tired of eating fine food. Of course, I don't want to eat raw meat, even if I have the means to check if there's any problem with raw meat. Li Yi threw 2 pieces of frozen tofu into the pot. This wasn't to suppress the boiling soup, but to be eaten after it absorbed the juice. When the tofu was frozen, its structure would change and become like a honeycomb. It absorbed the soup the most. Compared to eating meat, tofu was not as tasty as meat. Tofu was not as tasty as meat. Tell me the truth. Bai Gu arranged the plates. The truth is, I just want to let the people of the Tang dynasty live a good life. The money I earned in Zhuangzi is enough, so I took it out to help the people of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi grabbed an extra handful of chopped green onions and put them in his bowl. Bai Gu, he didn't find any difference between a lie and the truth. Weren't they all the same? If someone else had spoken to him like this, he would have flipped out. Facing Li Yi, he took a deep breath. Xiao Yi, what do you think about your own affairs? Myself? I'm just trying to help everyone live a better life. Li Yi's gaze was sincere when he spoke. That was indeed what he thought. Lifespan. Okay, Xiao Yi, I believe you. What else could Bai Gu say? It couldn't be said that Li Yi wanted to rebel and become the emperor. So Li Yi gave out all the good things. Had anyone ever seen someone who wanted to rebel work so hard to help the ruler? The slices of meat and vegetables were brought up by the palace maids. The eunuch sat on the side with a notebook and a pen to record the conversation between the 2 people. It felt like a daily diary. As long as a minister came to find Li Yi, he would record everything and show it to Li Longji later. Li Longji didn't do this to monitor Li Yi. He knew about the minister's thoughts on administration through the exchange between Li Yi and the minister. Xiao Yi, your chili is good. Bai Gu boiled a piece of mutton in the spicy area. When he ate it, his whole body felt comfortable. I'll bring you half a liang when I leave. Li Yi generously gave him half a liang of chili without seeds. The chili in the pot now was whole chili. It was relatively intact after the seeds were removed, not chopped chili. After eating this meal, he had to filter the oil and chili out again. He couldn't waste it next time. As for the saliva, Li didn't care. Bai Gu boiled some cabbage and asked, if you sell the chili oil you make, people will buy it, even if the price is high. I'm not selling. Do I have to pay taxes? I, Zhuangzi, eat it myself. Li Yi refused. Bai Gu, after eating a lot of spicy food, he took a hot bath at night and fell asleep in the pool. He was carried back to the courtyard. He didn't wake up the whole time and kept snoring. He had been too tired recently. This was even after he had extra money. If he didn't have money, his body would be even more tired now. On the 5th day of February, a group of officials from the Ministry of Revenue happily came to the Zhang family's village for a vacation. Bai Gu gave them 5 days off. Go ahead and have fun. Bai Gu led the Ministry of Revenue's small officials to work. He was in a good state. He learned some knowledge and knew that he wasn't sick for the time being. If Li Yi had finished checking his body and sighed, he would have fallen sick by now. On the first day, the officials from the Ministry of Revenue were relaxed. They didn't miss home and just ate and drank. After a day, their condition slipped slightly. They didn't have any beautiful women to accompany them. On the 3rd and 4th day, they were irritated and felt uneasy. The pace of work was too fast. Suddenly, there was nothing to do. They were annoyed. On the 5th day, they found that their lives were too monotonous and boring. They were worried that the Ministry of Revenue's work wasn't done well and couldn't eat. On the 6th day, as soon as they returned to the Ministry of Revenue, they immediately threw themselves into work. It's a habit. It doesn't matter if it's an ordinary person, but officials can't bear it if they're far away from that position. Li Yi said to Li Qingqi, who came to him to ask why the officials from the Ministry of Revenue had returned to normal. Li Qingqi had a deep feeling about this. In the past, his life was muddled until he met Li Yi. Unlike the officials from the Ministry of Revenue, he didn't dare to stand out too much. He didn't even contact the ministers. Even if he missed his father, he couldn't go to the Baifu Palace casually. "Brother Yi, why are you always in a daze? You're always in Zhuangzi." Li Qingqi thought about the mood change of the officials from the Ministry of Revenue and wondered about Li Yi. "I have a good mentality. I have things to do. When I was in Zhuangzi, I was always making arrangements." Li Yi didn't feel empty. He hated that he couldn't make a clone of himself to help him with his work. The people in the imperial court are waiting for news from Songzhou. Li Qingqi brought up another matter. It should be about time. The winged knights should be arriving soon. Li Yi wasn't very sure. The winged knights still hadn't sent back any news. The 3,000 winged knights, carried by the two of them, were hurrying on their way. The group was even larger than when they set off. Guazi didn't just know how to fight, but he also didn't lack political wisdom. He always followed Li Yi and learned things that should have taken him more than 10 years to learn in a few months. Li Yi gave him special treatment and taught him the relationship between political struggles, military operations, and political intentions. Therefore, he tried his best to ask the officials along the way for money. He wasn't afraid of the other party's schemes or resistance. It was just a matter of one strike. The winged knights didn't belong to the local government. Their dispatch represented the emperor's will. Now, they were even more powerful than the Ming dynasty's brocade guard. The brocade guard still needed to list a crime. They didn't. They directly told the local officials that they had received benefits from whom and how much. His Majesty had already ordered them not to accept. Did they want to die or live? If the local officials chose to take money, they would give it to them. They were here to support the frontline soldiers, not because they were afraid of them. The local officials paid, and the winged knights hired people to help transport and purchase the goods. When they were more than 100 li away from Songzhou, the cured meat, sausages, and preserved fruit were all carried away on their backs. At the next location, the group received the money and happily went back. The next local official paid to hire servants to carry the goods. "Chief Inspector, we've offended a lot of officials along the way." The non-commissioned officer of the Winged Knights was afraid of trouble and said to Guazi, "Isn't it good to offend the local officials? We're the Emperor's private army. Don't tell me we have to be brothers with the local officials?" Guazi taught his brother about politics. The Emperor's private army represented purity. They couldn't have a good relationship with anyone other than Li Yi. Chapter 6:24. "Officer Gua, we can't leave now that we're here. The work is on the other side." 80 li away from Songzhou, the leader in charge of leading a large group of people to move things found Guazi. "Help me say hello," Guazi said to him. He was only 19 years old this year, but he had learned a lot from Li Yi. In different places, even the people doing the work had their own rules. When a group of people carrying work went to other places, they would either find someone else to take over or give them money. This included the 20 counties outside Tang and in the capital office. Whoever did the work would be in charge. There was only one exception, the Li family Zhuangzi. If the Li family Zhuangzi told someone what to do, there would be no obstruction in the capital office. The rules of the capital office were that the Li family Zhuangzi was first. The imperial court's decree could be delayed, but Li Dongzhu's words had to be carried out immediately. It was too far away now. The Li family Zhuangzi couldn't reach them, so they had to follow their rules. The leader ran off to find the people doing the work on the other side. Everyone was organized. The two sides handed over the work, and the other side owed the leader a favor. The other side gave the goods, and the people on the other side happily went back. They made a lot of money, all bought by the local officials. Guazi didn't ask the officials to give the money to the people doing the work, because that might make things difficult for them. He directly asked for the goods, and then the people doing the work would take the goods home first. Guazi didn't understand history in the past, and he wouldn't understand it in the future. He had never really put his mind on the lowest level. Now he understood. Li taught by example. The lower the work, the more they had to be taken care of. Li Dongju's knowledge is vast and complex. It's beyond the reach of ordinary people. Guazi watched the two sides finish the handover and the group of people leave happily. He sighed with emotion. Let's go, brothers. 80 li one day and one night. Take the money and go back to find women and drink. The leader, who took over the work, shouted vulgarities. He carried 2 bags and strode forward. The others laughed and joked as they followed. The winged knights were silent. Their realms were no longer the same. They only wanted to reach Songzhou and wait for a possible war to break out so that they could kill more enemies. On February 17th, Guazi's group arrived at the east bank of the main source of the great river in Songzhou. The others had all left. The people of Jia City, where Songzhou was located, were dumbfounded. They sent people to cross the river to inquire about the situation. When they learned that the imperial court had sent the winged knights, His Majesty's private army, to help with the defense and brought a lot of food, their morale was greatly boosted. They knew about the winged knights. When they were fighting the southwest barbarians, the winged knights had taken action and helped them clean up. This time, they sent a total of 3,000 men, 6,000 horses, and so many supplies. Sun Rinxian, the governor of Songzhou, received the report and came over in person. He glanced at the 3,000 winged knights who had already set up camp, dug ditches, and set up barricades. Each of them held a crossbow in their hands, and hot air balloons rose into the air to stand guard. In an instant, he was so moved that he almost cried. Strong soldiers of the Tang dynasty. No matter what, they were always in a state of war. Officer Guo. Sun Rinxian cupped his fists. Governor Sunday Guazi returned the salute. Even though the other party's rank was much higher than his, it was useless. The winged knights ignored the other personnel. What was a governor? The retired emperor couldn't command them either. Follow me across the river. Sun Rinxian didn't waste any words. Okay. Guazi nodded. The hot air balloons were lowered and put away. The large group of men and horses began to cross the river. Small boats and large boats helped with the transportation. This was the importance of Songzhou. To the east was the Yangtze River. If they took down Songzhou, the reinforcements from other places would be blocked by the river, and the enemy could go downstream. In history, Tubo had wanted to take such a strategic location. No one knew what he was thinking. Behind Songzhou was the Yangtze River. Any normal person would know that the city should be heavily guarded, and Songzhou was surrounded. It was a fight to the death. How could they let the enemy pass through? His Majesty asked us to bring food for our brothers. Guazi used the megaphone that Li Yi gave him to shout. The winged knights finally broke their silence. With a smile, they gave out meat to everyone. The meat was voluntarily donated by the officials along the way. The meat floss, canned meat, and canned fruit that Li Yi gave them didn't need to be taken out. The soldiers of Songzhou were indeed happy. They didn't actually care about the meat. They just knew that His Majesty was thinking of them. His Majesty also sent us new binoculars. There are a lot of them. You can give one to each group leader. Do you understand the rules? Guazi threw out another benefit. The group leader of a group of 50 people could have a binoculars. Understood. The soldiers shouted. In the past, even the battalion commanders didn't have binoculars. The rule was that in special situations, the binoculars were to be broken first. Now, they were directly at the group level. This meant that the Tang dynasty had more binoculars and was willing to give them to them. Not to mention a group of 50 people. Every soldier wanted a binoculars. Scouts, every 5 people will have a binoculars, Guazi shouted again. Wow. The soldiers of Songzhou went crazy. 5 scouts set out with the binoculars. Sun Rinxian's expression became serious. The things given were too much and too good. Moreover, 3,000 winged knights had rushed here with hot air balloons. What was Song Zhou going to face? Officer Gua, let's talk in private. Sun Rinxian pulled Guizi to the side while the others were happily choosing bacon and sausages. Governor Sun, it's okay. Tubo can't send many soldiers. Keep it a secret and don't spread it. We'll rest in the city. I'll teach you how to use the explosives. These explosives are very simple. Our hot air balloons can't fly and Tubo can attack us. We'll rest for a month and then go back. Guizi knew what Sun Rinxian was worried about. He avoided the others and explained the situation to Sun Rinxian. Sun Rinxian was confused and asked, His Majesty spent so much money and doesn't need us to attack. His Majesty didn't spend any money. When we came out, the things were given to us by the Li family Zhuangzi. You know that place, right? Oh, I know. The other things were done according to His Majesty's instructions. The local officials were very cooperative. This time, I've given each of you a dog's worth of coupons. Can you spend it here? If you can't, I'll arrange for people to go down and exchange it for other money. Guizi took out a few 100 yuan coupons and showed them to Sun Rinxian. Sun Rinxian looked at the coupons. No, you can spend it. Now, coupons can be exchanged for 10 yuan for 12 yuan. You can't even exchange it with money. Do you all use coupons in Chang'an? No, we have money, but nowhere to spend it. His Majesty and the Li family Zhuangzi cook for us. If we switch to the Li family Zhuangzi, we'll enjoy it. Guizi said as he took out a stack of money and gave it to Sun Rinxian. Sun Rinxian took the money and stared. What's the meaning of this? Li Dongzhu gave it to me. Since you know about the coupons, you should know where they come from. Li Dongzhu said that if there's a war in Songzhou, Sun Rinxian will help. Guizi said calmly, the money wasn't his. He helped Li Yi give it to him. Sun Rinxian, who had gone out of the city to beat up Tubo in history, was now embarrassed. He took the money. Does this count as a bribe? Li Dongzhu gave you a bribe? What are you thinking? Li Dongzhu doesn't want to disappoint our brothers. We'll cooperate with you. If Tubo attacks, beat him. Guizi pursed his lips. He knew the situation. Li Yi needed to win the favor of the border generals. Chapter 6:25. Little Bean, I'll give you a canned fruit. Take it home and eat it. Once you open it, you can't keep it for more than 2 days. Uncle Chin, there's canned meat. Keep it well. Lady Lu, there's canned meat and canned fruit. You have a lot of people. Try them. The arrival of the winged knights raised the morale of Songzhou. The soldiers distributed the canned food brought by the winged knights to the people of the city. The dried vegetables and meat floss were left for them to eat. The people happily took the canned food home to eat. No matter what kind of canned food it was their first time eating it. The canned hawthorn was sweet and sour. When they ate a hawthorn without seeds, they couldn't bear to swallow it and slowly crushed it with their tongue. If Tubo really attacks, the people of the city will have to help transport weapons and make food for the soldiers. There's a gap in the defense of the city wall, so the people will go up and block it. Sun Rinxian and Guizi walked on the streets of the city, explaining to each other why the canned food was distributed to the people. Guizi didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Shouldn't the army and the people be like this? The winged knights were in the capital office and were familiar with the terrain. When they ran around, they would help out when they saw people doing work. When the troops arrived in Songzhou, the people of the capital office would boil water and provide some fodder whenever they saw them. Sun Rinxian said as they walked, the local people know that once the city is breached, the Tubo people won't let them go. Kneeling and begging for mercy is useless. They have to let the Tubo people know that even if it's a child, they will bite off a piece of their flesh. Only then will the Tubo people know how to be afraid. If Songzhou is breached, it means that most of the people in the city are dead. We won't surrender. Sun Rinxian's tone was flat, as if he was talking about a normal matter. It'll get better in the future. Li Dongzhu is researching new weapons. Li Dongzhu said that the new weapons can also be used by children. Guozi also didn't think much of it. They were fighting. He mentioned the thing that Li Yi had told him, the gun. Is it that explosive bag? Children holding it and charging forward? Sun Rinxian frowned. Perish together with the enemy? Guozi smiled and shook his head. It's not a pack of explosives. It's another type of long-range weapon. There are enough of them. They're bullets, just like arrows. There were a lot of bullets. The people of Songzhou lay on the battlements and shot down with their guns. No matter how many enemy troops they had, they couldn't charge in. If a child shoots from the battlements, the enemy can shoot until they can't raise their arms, but the child can still shoot again and again. Guozi, who had seen the power of Li Yi's sniper rifle and how difficult it was to operate it, spoke as an image appeared in his mind. A group of Songzhou citizens, each with a gun, crouched on top of the city wall to load bullets, stood up to open fire, and crouched down to load bullets again. The enemy wanted to besiege the city like a swarm of ants. Along the way, people fell in rows. Sun Rinxian looked at Guozi in astonishment. Are you bluffing? How can there be such a long-range weapon? Guozi glanced at Fan Fan, or more accurately, the box that Fan Fan was carrying, and a smile appeared on his face. I hope there will be a chance to show it to Governor Sunday. He retracted his gaze. Fan Fan lowered his head to look at the box he was carrying, and then vigilantly scanned the surroundings. This box couldn't be lost. Li Dongzhu had specifically asked him to find an opportunity to kill enemy generals. Naturally, Sun Rinxian also glanced at the box. The box looked very delicate. Could it be something secret? Chief Gua, I always hear rumors about the Li family Zhuangzi in Chang'an. What does Li Dongzhu look like? Sun Rinxian touched the stack of coupons through his clothes, curious about Li Yi. Young man, 18 this year. He looks very delicate and pretty. He treats people kindly, and his literary talent fluctuates. Guozi introduced. How does it fluctuate? This was the first time Sun Rinxian had heard that literary talent could fluctuate. Sometimes he writes poems or essays. Sometimes the style of writing makes scholars vomit. Guozi chuckled. Sun Rinxian understood. He has literary talent, but he doesn't usually use it? Does he swear? Don't force him to swear. Once someone makes him swear, that person will feel worse than death. Guozi thought of the officials in Lantian County. They should be working hard at mining. Is there anything worse than death? Sun Rinxian thought of someone being locked up and beaten to death every day. Yes, he made a report. The officials in Lantian County. Guozi told Sun Rinxian about mining and making reports, including the means to deal with the family members if they wanted to commit suicide. They were tortured like that every day. Sun Rinxian was not involved. When he heard Guozi's words, he sweated. Killing people is just a matter of nodding your head to the ground. Why do they have to do that? How much hatred do they have? The officials in the 20 counties outside Chang and listened to the report and worked very hard. Guozi looked at it from another angle. Sun Rinxian nodded. They should work hard. The troops arrived at the governor's office. Most of the wing knights went to the barracks. They brought their own tents and set them up. Everything was calm for the next few days. The people in the city came to see the commotion from time to time. They wanted to see the emperor's private army, the wing knights. Some people were preparing for spring plowing. When the weather was warmer and there was enough water in the river, they would soak the land. In the blink of an eye, it was the 24th of February. This morning, Guozi took the wing knights to practice archery. Woo! Dong, dong, dong. The sound of horns and drums could be heard. Gather and prepare to meet the enemy. Guozi heard a familiar voice and gathered the troops. The winged knights ran to their positions. Some of them observed the wind and prepared to launch the hot air balloon. They did not do so before because they were afraid that the Tubo people would run away when they saw the hot air balloon. Since the Tubo army had already arrived, they would not retreat when they saw the hot air balloon. Some of the winged knights ran to the catapults and acted as snipers on the city wall. Some helped to manage the explosives. The remaining 2,000 winged knights mounted their horses and prepared to open the city gates and charge at any time. The people in the city ran to and fro, transporting rolling wood and stones, as well as large axes and push-poles. The enemy wanted to hang ladders on the city wall and cut off the hooks with axes. The row of people behind the push-poles pushed and the ladders fell over. The reason they used a row of people was because the enemy would have people below to stabilize the ladders. If there were too few people, the ladders would not move. The women did not care what time it was and started to cook. The older children were responsible for keeping the younger ones from running around. The entire Songzhou city was in motion. The scouts outside ran around on horses. When it was almost noon, the Tibetan army appeared. The cavalry was in front and the scouts were chasing after the Songzhou scouts. The Songzhou scouts ran down the city wall. The crossbows on the city wall fired at the Tubo scouts. Both sides broke away from contact. The Songzhou scouts circled around the city and entered from the back. The Tubo cavalry followed them around the city, as if looking for an opportunity. A group of 1,000 cavalry came out from the back and charged. The Tubo cavalry retreated, and the Songzhou cavalry escorted the scouts back. The two sides met for the first time, and everything was normal. The Tubo cavalry could not find the slightest loophole and regrouped. The infantry behind them arrived one after another. The central army arrived. The Tubo General Boba, Luo, looked up and frowned. 8 hot air balloons were in the air. There were 2 on each side of the city wall, and 3 ropes were connected to stabilize them. The wind blew, and the 8 balloons tilted in the same direction. The people on the city wall pulled on the ropes and pulled the hot air balloons back. The winged knight's flag on the hot air balloons fluttered. The people in the city held up binoculars to translate. There are winged knights in the city. Boba Luo's expression was ugly. Chapter 6, 26. You didn't catch a single scout. Boba Luo, who was on horseback, asked his general, "Their horses aren't any worse than ours. Our scouts could only see the hoof prints they left behind." A Tubo general who was in charge of scouting was depressed. As the team advanced, the scouts found additional hoof prints and chased them, but they couldn't catch up no matter how hard they tried. Sometimes the enemy scouts would leave tracks between 2 of their own teams, and as they chased, they had fewer scouts and were ambushed by the enemy scouts. When they reached Songzhou City, they finally saw the enemy scouts surround the city and set up camp. Boba Luo didn't know the situation, so he calmed down and made arrangements. In Songzhou City, the scouts were resting and bathing their horses. They didn't need them for the time being. A small scout team had 10 people and 30 horses. Each team had a telescope. When they saw the enemy scouts, their team turned and ran. Each team made sure that the enemy couldn't see them and maintained a distance. As they ran, they realized that the enemy team was advancing too rashly. They contacted their surrounding teammates and arranged a distance, more than 100 people against a dozen, and it was still an encirclement. The telescope is so useful. We can see the enemy first. If we had such good telescopes in the past, we wouldn't have lost so many brothers. One of the captains stroked the shell of the binoculars with tears in his eyes. Scouts had to be elites. Usually they competed with each other, fought with each other, and even had conflicts. But on the battlefield, even the comrades who fought last night didn't want each other to be killed or captured. I want to go to Chang, and when I have the chance, and see Li Dongzhu. I want to see what he looks like. He must be an amazing craftsman. He has cracks in his hands and can make telescopes one by one. He's only 18. He's a secondary rank 2 civil official. What cracks in his hands? He's rich. His hands must be softer than a woman's. In the future, we'll go deep into Tubo and fight. If we see our men captured, we'll save them. Yes, we have telescopes. We can see them, but they can't see us. The scouts gathered together and chatted. They didn't care about the battle at all. Instead, they wanted to fight back. The scouts should go out. The enemy has more than 4,000 cavalrymen, 6,000 infantrymen, and 5,000 baggage troops. They have a total of 15,000 men. Sun Rinxian was introducing the information brought back by the scouts to Guazi. Guazi nodded. The information from the hot air balloon has been sent back. The numbers match. They dared to encircle Songzhou with only 15,000 people. Guazi's mouth twitched. Songzhou City had 2,000 cavalry, and the Wing Knights had 3,000. If Tubo released 4,000 cavalrymen, they would be able to swallow up Tubo's troops. The Wing Knights were able to suppress most of Tubo's archers. Sun Rinxian had a smile on his face. There's no rush. Let's waste a few days of their rations. I want to keep all 15,000 people here. In history, he had defeated his enemies. Many of his enemies had run away, but he could not catch up to them, nor did he dare to. At this moment, his thoughts were different from those in history. He wanted to take care of all of them, and none of them could escape. The enemy is encircling the city. They might split up and attack from the rear. I have the people on the hot air balloon. Keep an eye on them. When they split up, we will kill our way out. As Guazi spoke, he raised his head to look at the hot air balloon that had risen 100 feet into the air. Compared to an alcohol torch, a gasoline torch was more useful. He was afraid that the wind would be too strong. When it got stronger, they would have to lower their altitude and secure the 3 ropes below. Sun Rinxian also raised his head. If the wind is especially strong and blows quickly, will it tilt and then fall? The people above will cut the ropes and release them. They will run with the wind and find an opportunity to come back or land somewhere. Guazi explained. The Wing Knights were already familiar with this. When they were in the Li family Zhuangzi, they would release them whenever they had nothing to do. They would fly everywhere and even fly into the palace. They would hang on trees, fall into rivers, and burn down the houses of the common people. Later on, they would not fall on the houses of the common people. I heard that the hot air balloon made a great contribution in the southwest. Sun Rinxian looked at the observation tower on the city wall and compared it to the hot air balloon. He realized that the observation tower could not compare. Guazi looked at the movement of the Tibetan army below the city wall. If the wind is good, we can go and attack them now. Is that where Tubo's commander-in-chief is? He pointed to a position. The person next to him estimated that it was about 1,000 steps and 1,500 meters. Sun Rinxian raised his binoculars. He wants to lure our army out of the south gate to attack him. He is using infantry to defend the formation and cavalry to support him. The one surrounded in the middle is the general. Guazi asked again. At the same time, he turned to look at Fan Fan. Fan Fan carefully placed the box on the ground. He wiped his hands and began to assemble the sniper rifle. When the scope was finally installed, he handed it to Guazi with both hands. Guazi opened the gun rack and sat on the battlement of the city wall. He stood and aimed. The scope of the sniper rifle was much better than the binoculars made by the Li family Zhuangzi. After aiming for a while, Guazi handed the gun to Fan Fan. Fan Fan disassembled it and put it back into the box. This is... Sun Rinxian realized that the mirror on the object seemed to be much more exquisite than the one in his hand. No, every part of the object looked very exquisite. A weapon that can kill the enemy's general here. A gun. Let's wait until he divides his troops. It's best to attack the city. Guazi was confident. The enemy was so far away. If he wanted to kill them, he could kill them. He had practiced with the sniper rifle. In Zhuangzi, he had practiced with 20 bullets. Since then, Li Yi was not willing to touch a gun. Some people's talents were unreasonable. Sun Rinxian did not understand Li Yi's depression. His eyes widened and his face was full of shock. Officer Gua, can this thing shoot that far? How much farther than a ballista? As the commander-in-chief, Sun Rinxian knew too well how powerful a weapon that could kill an enemy's general was. No wonder the winged knights were always vigilant around the box. It was a godly weapon. If you go 100 steps further, you can still shoot. You need to shoot 2 more times. Guazi gave an answer. Can it be equipped? Sun Renxian asked with a trembling voice. He wanted to take the initiative to attack Tubo. With 100, no, 10 of the same weapons, he felt that he could kill his way forward. There's only one in the world. It's Li Dongzhu's weapon. Lend it to me. Guazi expressed his regret and shook his head. It should be in the palace. Sun Renxian naturally considered that a weapon with such a long range could not be used outside. Li Dongzhu said it should be in my hands. I bring it with me every time I come out. Otherwise, it will be a pearl covered in dust. When Guazi said this, his eyes reddened slightly. There was a feeling of a scholar dying for his bosom friend. His Majesty did not want such a powerful weapon and said it was useless by his side. Li Dongzhu did not keep it. If there was a battle, the winged knights would lead the troops, so he would give it to him. Okay. Wait a moment. If needed, I'll have to trouble Officer Guo to personally take action. Sun Renxian felt that the sun was shining brightly. Looking down at the enemy's general, it was no different from looking at a dead person. The enemy probably did not expect that there was a weapon that could kill from 1,000 steps away. On the other side, Bobaluo did not know that he had been targeted. He had his own plans. Chapter 6:27. The purpose of Bobaluo's troops was clear, which was to surround Songzhou. The other troops would go outside to coordinate with the overall strategic situation. Once the goal was achieved, they would plunder and kill. When they returned to Tubo, the strategic requirements were fulfilled. They would consume the strength of the Tang dynasty's border and prevent the Tang dynasty's border from planting crops in spring. They would tell the western regions and the southwest that the Tang dynasty was not scary. Tubo could kill his way in at will, pick himself up, and continue to besiege the Tang dynasty. This was the strategy in history. Unfortunately, they underestimated the Tang dynasty's current border generals. Sun Renxian, the military governor of Songzhou, had seen through their strategic intentions. Songzhou was surrounded. As soon as Tubo divided his troops, Sun Renxian led his troops to attack. Tubo had no choice but to strategically retreat. At this time, the Tang dynasty's court officials were powerful, and the border generals were powerful. The civil officials governed the court, and the price of food began to fall. The generals destroyed Tubo's strategic intentions time and time again and counterattacked. If those aristocratic families did not accumulate strength and wait for an opportunity, if Li Longji did not appear and the mess in the palace, then, with the current strength of the Tang dynasty, they would be able to beat everyone around them to their knees. Bobaluo was not Li Yi. He could not see through history and analyze it from a god's point of view. At this moment, he was carrying out the strategic intentions given by Tubo's higher-ups. 15,000 people, or 50,000 people, surrounded Songzhou. The people of Songzhou prepared for battle. They did not think that Tubo could take down Songzhou. When it was not time to plant crops, the fields were left outside and ignored. There were many cities here, big and small. If the people did not run out and stayed in the villages, they would be captured. The border cities were there to take in the people. Everyone hid inside. It was not the walls of the Great Wall. The city was there. If the enemy rode out and killed and robbed, it would be too late for the city to send troops. The Tibetan army surrounded Songzhou at night. The Tang dynasty soldiers remained vigilant. The people began to eat in big pots. All the food was cooked together. When it was done, it was taken out and eaten. The people did not eat the canned meat that was given to them. Now they took it out and threw it into a big pot to taste it. From the looks of it, they don't want to attack the city. They want to trap the soldiers of Songzhou and do some sneaky things. Sun Renxian wiped the sweat off his forehead and said to Guazi, "The winged knights brought some chili powder made from the skin of small chili peppers and threw a little bit into each pot." Sun Renxian threw the most spices into the pot. He had never eaten anything so spicy before and was sweating profusely. The spiciness of chili was different from the spiciness of garlic. If garlic wasn't eaten properly, it would burn the throat. The mustard was as pungent as green onions. The spiciness of chili peppers was long-lasting, especially at the top and bottom ends. If you want to eat mustard to make it less spicy, don't breathe out through your nose. If you don't want your throat to be spicy, you should chew the garlic between your front teeth. Don't let the garlic reach your teeth like you would when eating normal food. It was impossible for chili peppers to not be spicy. Let's see if they will divide their forces. Guazi took small bites. He was also sweating due to the spiciness, but he was much better off than Sun Rinxian. Officer Gua, this is good stuff. You feel good all over after eating it. The northwest is bitterly cold. Do you have a lot of this? Sun Rinxian also ate spicy food. The spicier it was, the more he ate it. It was as if they were competing. Li Dongzhu planted some on Zhuangzi. After this year's harvest, there will be more seeds. Next year, they will be able to send the seeds over to be planted. Guazi mentioned Li Yi again. Sun Rinxian realized that as long as something happened, it would definitely involve Li Yi. That way, Tubo will follow suit. The seeds can't be stopped. Sun Rinxian thought about how Tubo loved to eat chili peppers. He was worried again. Guazi smiled and said, whether there are chili peppers or not has nothing to do with whether Tubo fights or not. Eating chili peppers doesn't mean victory. Reporting, a messenger ran over. Tubo's cavalry is moving. They seem to be leaving and heading north. The winged knights in charge of flag signals reported. North is Ningyuan town. The water there is shallow. They want to cross the river and attack Ningyuan town? Sun Renxian instantly thought of the other party's goal. They couldn't go south. South was Gonsong Ridge. What would they do there? Climb the mountain for fun? East was the Yangtze River. The Yangtze River in Songzhou flowed very fast. Only Ningyuan town in the north was near the river. There were soldiers there. Because it was upstream, the water was shallow. Wait for me. Guazi put down his chopsticks and left. Not long after, he returned with a box. He opened the box and took out a scroll and a piece of sheepskin. The sheepskin was spread out on the ground. He placed the scroll on it and unfolded it. A map of the northwest appeared on it. There were also 3 magnifying glasses in the box. He handed one to Sun Rinxian and knelt on the sheepskin to find a spot. Sun Rinxian also knelt down. He knelt down in his heart. How could there be such a detailed map? This map, Li Dongzhu gave it to me. Guazi didn't wait for Sun Rinxian to finish asking. As expected, is Li Yi from the Li family Zhuangzi of Bashui so mysterious? If anyone has his assistance. Sun Rinxian thought of something important and blurted it out. Guazi didn't take it seriously and said in his usual tone, whoever has Li Yi will have the world. His Majesty and the Prime Ministers all know this. He's actually such a monster. Why don't you kill him? Sun Rinxian's first thought was to kill Li Yi. You see him as a monster, so he must be a monster in the end. Once you can't kill him, you won't have a chance to make a move. Governor Sun, I know you said this for the sake of the Tang dynasty. If you want to say it again in the future, you can't even think about it. Li Dongzhu is devoted to the country and protects His Majesty and the imperial court. If your words are spread, I can only take your head back to receive punishment. Guazi turned to Sun Rinxian and said, seriously. Sun Rinxian wiped his sweat. He felt Guazi's determination. Is this the shoal now? Guazi pointed the magnifying glass at the source of the Yangtze River. Yes, Tubo cavalry still can't cross, unless they continue to go up. Look at the top, the mountains are drawn. Yes, almost there. What a great map. Sun Rinxian leaned forward to take a look and gave his analysis. Although the water was shallow, Ningyuan town on the other side had already received the news. If Tubo wanted to cross the river here, they would be met with an attack halfway across the river. Guazi moved the magnifying glass to the northwest. This is the Gobi Desert. What's the weather like in the Gobi Desert now? Will Tubo have another army crossing the Gobi Desert and the Yangtze River? That shouldn't be the case. It's not suitable for Tufan to take that route now. There might be a group of Tufan troops there, just like you said. Sun Rinqian's sweat was no longer a problem. His face changed, and all the pores on his body opened. He knew that the more impossible something seemed, the more likely it was. Only by taking them by surprise could they attack when they least expect it. Attack, take the initiative to attack. Destroy the surrounding Tibetan army and reinforce Ningyuan town. Sun Rinxian made a prompt decision. Even if there was a 1% chance, he wouldn't dare to ignore it. Guazi ordered the winged knights. Find 2 groups of experienced people and prepare to release the hot air balloons. Go over there and take a look. Then fly back. Adjust the altitude and look for the direction of the wind. Fill it with gasoline. Yes. The winged knights ran out to arrange. 2 new hot air balloons were sprayed with gasoline torches. Exquisite gasoline barrels were hung up one by one, and 3 gasoline torches were equipped. Each hot air balloon could carry 2 people. They lifted off and flew. The hot air balloons adjusted their altitude and looked for the right direction of the wind. Prepare for a surprise attack. Take out your guns. I will snipe the enemy leader first. Guazi ordered. Chapter 6:28. I want to go back and see Li face to face. Standing on the city wall, Sun Rinxian held up the night vision binoculars and said. At this moment, his whole body was numb. There was still something that could clearly see the enemy's situation at night. There will be a chance. You will find that Li Dongzhu is a very easy person to talk to. Guazi's gun had also changed to night vision. There were night vision goggles on the hot air balloon to keep an eye on the Tibetan army's movements. Without night vision goggles, the current military forces of the Tang dynasty could still fight Tubo. Li always felt that since he had taken something out, why not use it? Who didn't use it when they had a special ability? Wasn't that stupid? If one could cheat in an exam, one would do so, let alone in a war. With so many lives there, what was the purpose of not taking out good things and finding all kinds of excuses to say no? Therefore, the equipment of the 3,000 Featherwood flying cavalry was excellent. That's right. He's still drinking and hiding in the tent. How can you see a blurry shadow with this thing? The tent is leaking. Sun Rinxian never felt that he sweated so easily. He was scared too many times today. I saw it. Don't worry. My heart is beating a little fast. Let me calm down. You get ready to open the city gate and charge. Guazi's voice was calm. He felt that his heartbeat was different from usual and was relaxing. Does the Li family Zhuangzi have the same thing? Sun Rinxian cooperated with Guazi and changed the topic. Don't ask. Guazi glanced at the opposite side. Ah. Sun Rinxian laughed. Get ready. As long as the wind direction is guaranteed, put explosives. Choose old cows and horses, and use fire to attack. Bring the explosives. Guazi started to give orders to Sun Rinxian. Sun Rinxian was not angry, and he did not have time to think about other things. He knew what Guazi meant. The cows and horses that could not be used were loaded with incendiary items and knives on there, but to charge into the enemy formation. The explosives were packed on the cows and horses. The length of the fuse was adjusted and the distance was estimated. As the wind blew, the hot air balloon would tilt in one direction. First, pull the rope and lower the altitude. Then the explosives were transported up and ready to be released. The hot air balloon flew above the enemy and threw the explosives to disturb the enemy. The torches and lanterns on the top of the city wall were taken down, and the area around the city wall was pitch black. The Tang army is leaving the city. Get ready. When Tubo saw that the light above Songzhou City had disappeared, his first reaction was that the people inside wanted to open the city gate and steal. At this point in the war, it was too difficult for either side to launch a sneak attack on the other. No one was a fool, but as long as the fire on the city walls was not extinguished, once the city gates were opened, they would still be able to see what was going on. Sure enough, the 4 city gates were open. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see what was inside. Tubo's soldiers were on guard. The cavalry mounted their horses behind them and formed a formation. The archers were ready to charge forward with shields and swords, while the spearmen were waiting for the cavalry to charge into the camp. The torches in Tubo's camp were extinguished one after another. Only the torches in special places were still burning. This was not giving directions to the cavalry in the city. If the cavalry wanted to attack the camp at night, the horses would take the initiative to run towards the light. If he really ran over, he would definitely be attacked from the side. Both sides did what they could. This was called using justice and harmony to deal with each other. In a situation where the military strength was equal, if one side could crush the other, it could only mean that the difference in the quality of the soldiers was too great. Either the general was stupid to a certain extent, or it was impossible. Guazi was still aiming. His heartbeat gradually slowed down. The more critical the moment, the calmer he became. Sun Rinxian held a lighter in his hand. Next to him was a set of fireworks. He was waiting. The people around him did not dare to breathe loudly, afraid that it would affect Guazi. The enemy's commander had changed to the east of the city. Because the wind blew from east to west, Tubo people knew the power of hot air balloons. At this time, the people in the tent came out and stood outside. There were no torches to light up the tent, so as not to expose themselves and become the place where the cavalry would attack. However, there were people crowding around, so it was clear who the commander was. Time passed bit by bit. The night sky seemed to have solidified, giving people a sticky feeling. The atmosphere on both sides was tense. Bang! A gunshot sounded. Guazi quickly pulled the bolt. Less than a second after the first gunshot, he opened fire again. The first bullet missed and hit the person beside the general. That person was probably shouting, and the others looked at him in surprise. The second bullet, with the same light, streaked across the night sky and accurately hit the general's head. For a moment, the people around him panicked. Bang! Guazi pulled the bolt, opened fire, and killed another person. Bang! The 4th person. He did not know who was who, but he would shoot the people around him whenever he had the chance. When the 6th person was killed, he shouted in a low voice, "Attack!" Sun Rinxian lit the fireworks. Whoosh! Whoosh! The fireworks started to bloom. 8 hot air balloons were released at the same time, and they floated west with the wind. Under the light of the fire, a herd of cows and horses ran out of the city gates from the north, south, east, and west. The small tornado cannons and catapults in the city were pulled out, and they rushed towards the enemy cavalry. 4,500 cavalrymen came out of the city from another direction and charged towards the enemy's main camp in the east. The hot air balloons that were released began to light up the explosives and throw them down, not caring about their own position. Some of the fire cows and horses fell down as they ran, and the fire on their bodies ignited on the fuse of the explosives. With a boom, a ball of fire rose. The Tubo livestock, including the army horses, became uneasy when they heard the commotion. The cavalrymen from Songzhou City were all riding the winged knight's horses. They did not care and were used to stopping. The battle began. The Tubo commander, Bobaluo, was killed as soon as the battle started. 2 generals beside him were also killed. When the explosives exploded in the middle of the crowd, the Tubo soldiers' ears rang, and some directly vomited. The Tubo cavalrymen could not organize themselves. The horses were not obedient and were even jumping around in the herd. "Light the torches! Quick! The horses can't take it anymore," a Tubo cavalryman shouted. The infantrymen ran over to light the torches, and the cavalrymen dismounted to calm the horses. The small catapults pulled by livestock quickly approached. Before the enemy infantry could reach them, they threw out the explosives. Many of the explosives exploded in the air, rumbling. An explosive exploded a few feet above their heads. People's ears and eyes bled, and they directly fell to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The torches and lanterns on the city wall appeared again. Guazi, who had killed 20 people in a row, shouted, "Prepare a horse for me!" He hugged his gun and ran towards the city wall on this side of the wall. A rope had already been pulled down from the city wall. He ran to the edge, and with a kick and a hook, the rope was clamped between his legs, and he quickly descended with his gun. When he saw the ground, he exerted strength in his waist, and his legs let go of the rope, and he somersaulted to the ground. He ran again, and came to the side of a horse. Holding the gun with one hand, he pressed the horse's neck with the other. His body rose into the air, turned, and landed on the horse's back. Go! His feet did not enter the stirrups, and his hands did not touch the reins. He just clamped his legs, and the horse leaped out. The 200 winged knights followed at the same time, protecting him in the middle. The other 4 hot air balloons had just risen, and the people on them were frantically waving flags. "Chief, there's an enemy general organizing in the 11 o'clock direction." One of the 200 cavalrymen held up a night vision device and read the flag signal. "Charge over!" Guazi shouted. Without waiting for them to get close, he pressed down on the horse's back with one hand, stood on the horse's back, and aimed with his gun. Bang! The shot did not hit, and he fired again. Next. Chapter 6:29. Guazi was completely crazy. He stood on his horse and used his sniper rifle to shoot at the enemy generals who could organize their men. The horses were jolting, and the enemy's position was changing. With his gun, he only needed 3 shots at most to kill the other party. The sniper rifle, which was not very famous, was used by him to become the best in the world. Countless people practiced the same rifle for a lifetime and shot it every day, but they could not reach his level. The 200 winged knights protecting him held their bows and covered him, while the ones with crossbows lay flat on their horses. This was the most powerful part of the winged knights, the unity of man and horse. The 200 men protected Guazi and swept around in circles, specifically looking for the enemy commanders. They retreated after the battle. The enemy chased after them, and a wave of arrows flew over. Tubo's cavalry was destroyed. The rumbling explosions scared the horses so much that they could not hold the reins. The infantry tried to organize themselves and endured the buzzing in their ears. Before they could organize themselves, the Tang dynasty cavalry arrived. More than 4,000 cavalry cut a line and rushed to the position of Tubo's cavalry, who were still calming their horses. Every 500 men charged forward, one after another. Cavalry soldiers were all too familiar with cavalry soldiers. The Tang dynasty cavalry did not give the enemy a chance to get on their horses. They just charged repeatedly and used the cavalry's speed to break through. Sun Rinxian, who wanted to join the battle, stayed in the basket of a hot air balloon. He held up the night vision device and gave orders. The interpreters below passed the message to the signalmen, who rode back and forth to pass the order. An hour later, the Tibetan army collapsed. They could not fight, and there was no organization. Everyone was in disarray. It was not easy for a general to shout, and then the general fell down. Kill! The people in the city ran out on other horses and donkeys, waving spears and knives. Some even hit people with torches. The women, old people, and children in the city were preparing hot water and ropes. The hot water was for soaking cloth. They had agreed that if their own people were injured, they would use boiled cloth to bandage their wounds. The ropes were naturally for tying the captives. After these captives were tied up, they would exchange captives with Tubo. They would exchange their captive soldiers and people who were taken away. Those who surrender will not be killed. Those who surrender will not be killed. Kneel. The pursuers shouted and killed anyone who did not throw away their weapons. Before dawn, Groups of people came back, escorting the captives. The commoners rushed up and tied them up. Their own injured people were put aside, and the winged knights treated them with medical kits. "Chief, we lost 21 of our brothers. There are also some who are injured. I don't know if we can save them." When almost everyone had returned, one of the winged knights' men reported to Guazi, "Marinate them with salt and bring them back. There are hero pastors in the Forbidden Garden. They will be buried, and their families will be taken care of by His Majesty." Guazi held back his grief as he spoke. He had to tell them what happened next so that they wouldn't be disappointed. Turning his head, he said to Sun Rinxian, "Brothers who died, write down the name list and the situation of their families. I will go back and give it to Li Dongzhu and His Majesty." "Doesn't the imperial court provide pensions?" An old man next to him didn't feel sad. He was used to it. Of his 5 sons, 2 were dead and 1 was disabled. There will be additional compensation and rewards. Owner Li has so much money that he has nowhere to spend it. Guazi said as tears dripped down his cheeks. "Does the dead count?" The old man asked loudly. "Yes." Guazi shouted, "Does my injured and disabled son count?" The old man asked again. "Yes." Guazi shouted again. "Okay. I still have 2 sons who can fight for the Tang dynasty at any time. I still have grandchildren. Many grandchildren. My family can give birth." The old man gritted his teeth. "We won. Don't be sad. Tubo has lost even more people. Bring the captives here and see if we can save them so that we can exchange them with Tubo." Sun Rinxian spoke in time. He shouldn't only be sad about his dead men. "Okay, we won. Don't beat the captives. What if they die? We still have to exchange them. They dare to besiege the city like this. Their cavalry is useless. Stupid horses. The winged knights are really powerful. The winged knights' horses are not afraid of explosions. Everyone go and cook. Take out the canned food from before. Don't cry if someone dies. Little wife and brothers are waiting. We'll raise the children together. Sister-in-law's big brother dead? Brother, I'm here. What do you think of your sister-in-law? Brother, you're alive. That's great. Yes, come. Let's find a place where there's no one and talk. Brother, I was wrong." For a moment, everyone chose to forget the sadness of the dead men. They had won. Less than 300 people died. More than 3,000 Tubo people were killed and more than 10,000 captives were captured. Only 2,000 cavalry headed north. They didn't chase after them. If they did, it would be useless. They couldn't cross the river. They wanted to cross the river and attack here. Did they think the local defenders were fools? The winged knights first treated their own people and stitched up their wounds. Some of them were stabbed in the stomach. They gave drainage strips. They might not survive, but there was always a way. What needed to be cleaned was cleaned up and the herbs were poured down. Many people had survived without such conditions, let alone in a state where the basic health and medical care had improved. The intestines were out. The winged knights operated on them. They washed them with alcohol and sucked the fluids. "Hang this bottle up. You can only eat when you fart. This is called glucose. You won't die from hunger for a few days. You can do it." The people of the Yulin flying cavalry cleaned up the intestines and stitched them up. They drained the intestines and put on a glucose and antibiotic drip. The people of the Tang dynasty had very strong antibodies. Some of them lost their hands and feet. There was no mention of antibiotics. This included eunuchs. Normally, that kind of situation would lead to death, but they were living very well. They just needed to apply some plant ash to solve the problem. "Come, you've bitten it. I'll clean the wound and stitch it up. After it's healed, you can slowly pull out the thread. It's painful, but it's better than dying. I have a special way of pulling out the thread." This kind of wound suture was done with a wooden stick. First, the dirt was washed away. Then, alcohol was used. The injured soldiers of Song Zhou were very obedient. If it hurt, it hurt. They all knew that it was easy to die after being injured. Now, Looking at the Winged Knight's operation, it was obvious that they could guarantee that they would not die after being injured. Li Dongzhu's things. Sun Renxian changed the way he addressed Li Yi. He followed suit and called him Li Dongzhu. Yes, this is 75% alcohol. If Li Dongzhu was here, none of the injured people would have died. Guazi personally stitched up his own Winged Knight's brother. He was very nimble, and the stitches were beautiful. This was his talent. With his body coordination and hands-on ability, the decathlon was a waste of talent for him. He can reach the level of an imperial physician, right? Sun Rinxian said. At least, that was what he thought. Imperial physician? Haha. The imperial physician has been taking Li Dongzhu's medical books. They sent the youngest and most skilled imperial physician to learn from Li Dongzhu. Those who the imperial physician says can't be saved are sent to the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Dongzhu might be able to save them. Those who Li Dongzhu says can't be saved will not be saved no matter where they are sent. Guazi always supported Li Yi. They were about the same age. Chapter 630. The people of Songzhou were comforting the families of those who had died, especially the women. Regardless of their looks or whether they had children, there would always be someone willing to marry them. War had killed too many men. If the women wanted to live and bring their children along, it would be very difficult without someone to rely on. Their difficulties were not only in terms of farming, but also in terms of the loss of their pillar of support. They were not like the women of Li Yi's era, who had their own independent thoughts. The children were also sensible. Knowing that their father was gone, they would cry and keep their surname and follow their mother to find a new father. Wives who had lost their husbands had to mourn for their husbands for many years, and they had to raise their children. When a person made a choice for survival, using morals to criticize them could only mean that the person using morals was far away from the other party. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. Some women in Songzhou thought that the Winged Knights were good people, but they did not expect them to marry them. They just wanted to have children. The Winged Knights were like men who had shrunk away, not daring to respond. They were afraid of being implicated. If you had women and children outside, how could you guarantee your loyalty as His Majesty's private army? More than 10,700 captives. Officer Gua, we have done a meritorious service. Sun Rinxian, who was eating vegetable porridge, said to Guazi. He seemed very happy. Vegetable porridge was porridge made by putting vegetables and rice together. It was very thick and easy to use chopsticks. The merchants who sold rice in the city took the initiative to take out some rice. It was a time of war, so those who sold grain had to take the initiative. Otherwise, it would not be a matter of how much grain they lost. It's all thanks to Governor Sunday. The Winged Knights are His Majesty's private army and do not ask for military merits. Guazi smiled and said to the other party, the Winged Knights did not have military merits. Only Li Longji would record their merits and then give them material benefits. They could not count on military merits to be promoted. Was it worth it? Sun Rinxian understood. The Winged Knights attacked, and the merit went to the local government. Then what would the Winged Knights have? Yes, in the capital office, whenever the Winged Knights arrive, the common people will come out to welcome them. When the Winged Knights provide disaster relief, the common people will do their best to cooperate. When the battle is over, your Songzhou soldiers will go to Chang'an, the people of Chang, and will cheer for you and provide you with food and garlands. Our Winged Knights are not. When we go back, the commoners will bring our warriors home to eat and chat with us. Many of our brothers already have people they like, and those who die can only sigh. Guazi said with a smile. As he spoke, he lowered his head and continued eating. Sun Rinxian heard it clearly. Understood it, understood it, understood it, understood it. The commoners of the capital government treated the other troops as guests, but the Winged Knights treated them as if they were family members. Politeness was a form of distance, while casual affection was a form of sincerity. The Winged Knights were under the control of the capital's government. No army could suppress them, and the commoners would not agree. From another point of view, the emperor's control over the entire capital government was absolute. Officer Gua, if Li Yi attacks the imperial city, what will you do? Sun Rinxian was very curious. Tonight, the winged knights had moved out. The speed and strength of their battle had left a deep impression on him. He also knew that Li Yi of the Li family Zhuangzi in Bashui was very powerful. If the two sides clashed, how would the winged knights get along? Kill Li Yi. Although we know that if he attacks the imperial city, we can't stop him, nor do we have the strength to resist. We will fight to the death for the emperor. Guazi hesitated for a while, then gave a helpless answer. He had known Li Yi for a long time and knew that Li Yi could fly and had powerful weapons. If Li Yi wanted to plot against the country and kill people, the entire imperial palace would not be enough for him. The more this was the case, the more the emperor, himself, and the prime ministers who knew the situation felt that Li Yi was very close. Although Prime Minister Yao always wanted to make trouble for Li Yi, that was a kind of bigotry. There was also the Baigu of the Ministry of Revenue, who wanted nothing more than to lie on Li Yi and suck his blood. There was also the Minister of Works, Wei Jigu, who was preparing to borrow slaves from Li Yi for free at the beginning of spring. Everyone was thinking about their own things in their respective positions, but no one said that they wanted to kill Li Yichen. If someone else tried to bully Li Yi, the various ministers of the court, including the prime minister, would kill them first. This kind of balance was very interesting, but other than a few people, the rest did not understand. There was no fighting. The Li family Zhuangzi's workshop had suddenly exploded. The most anxious person was not Li Yi, but Prime Minister Yao. Sun Rinxian had no idea that the relationship between the court and Li Yi was so complicated. They loved and hated each other. What he heard was that Li Yi could kill whoever he wanted, and no one could stop him. You didn't kill such a person? Sun Rinxian wanted to kill him again. If I killed him, would there be hot air balloons and explosives? Would there be all kinds of foreign treatment? He trained the winged knights for the emperor and taught us to be loyal to the emperor. At the same time, he asked us to help the people. Can you kill Jiangxia? Can you kill Zhuge Liang? He gave me all the guns to use. If he gave you a gun, can you kill him? Guazi questioned Jiangxia while maintaining the gun parts. Sun Rinxian felt that facing Li Yi was more difficult than fighting a war. He tried to understand from his own point of view, but found that he could not understand. Jiangxia could usurp the throne, but he did not do it. He even helped the people in power. Was he stupid? If he had this ability, he would have become the emperor. Report, our scouts have discovered 30,000 Tubo soldiers marching along the Gobi Desert. When the two of them were discussing Li Yi, new information came in. It was not news from the hot air balloons, but from the scouts. The other forces are surrounding Songzhou. 2,000 cavalry to lure me out, while the other 30,000 are the main attack. Good calculation. Sun Rinxian immediately threw away all other problems and turned to the war. Guazi looked at the map and understood. He drew a line with his finger. Crossing the mountains to attack the hinterland. Very good. They still don't know the situation in Songzhou. We should immediately send out troops. Sun Rinxian looked at Guazi. He needed the winged knights. Send out troops and directly attack. Don't worry about the 30,000 Tubo soldiers in the Gobi Desert. Now that Tubo is continuously sending out troops, the interior is empty. Attack them. A sudden attack can make the 30,000 soldiers return empty-handed. Guazi gave the same strategic thinking. Tubo sent 45,000 soldiers to attack. How many troops did he have left? If you attack me, you'll be moving slowly in the Gobi Desert. At worst, I'll give you Ningyuan town. I'll withdraw, and you can take it. I'll immediately send out troops to attack your hinterland. Will your 30,000 soldiers return? Are you afraid of being ambushed on the way back? Is Tubo crazy? Sun Rinxian found it inconceivable. How could the two countries be so rash when they were at war? How could they guarantee supplies in the current month? Because Tubo lost too much money and didn't achieve its strategic goal. It's hard to coordinate with the other tribes politically. Guazi saw clearly that Tubo was anxious because Li'i had forced it. When a country was constantly researching new weapons and other countries couldn't imitate them, what else could they do but fight? Tubo's hot air balloons couldn't fly, and other weapons from the Tang dynasty appeared. After Tubo paid a great price, the Turks, the Abbasid Caliphate, the Southwest barbarians, and the Khitans were all watching. Is this Li's plan? Sun Rinxian was considering the overall situation. No, Li Dongzhu just sent us. He believes we can handle it well. Guazi shook his head. Chapter 631. Line up properly. Don't bring anything you shouldn't bring. Let me tell you, every year there are examinees who cheat and are dismissed. While the soldiers of Songzhou and Tubo were fighting, the imperial examination in Chang and had already begun. The examinees brought their things into Fonglin Court. Li Yi sent 220 students here. The officials of the Ministry of Personnel shouted, and the examinees entered the tents for inspection. They were searched from the inside out. Since Li Yi mentioned how to cheat last year, the Ministry of Personnel had taken measures. The students were only allowed to wear one set of clothes. They were not allowed to bring food, brushes, ink, or inkstones. The examination hall distributed the food. The chef was specially invited from Li family Zhuangzi. The ingredients were also provided by Li family Zhuangzi. The students took off their clothes and waited by the stove. The officials of the Ministry of Personnel looked at their clothes carefully. The students who came for the examination in the past all wore good clothes. The provincial government gave them money for drinking in their hometown. The same went for the tributes. They were talents from the local area, but it was only 1 year. If they didn't pass the examination, the local government wouldn't continue to give them money. The students needed to spend their family's money or find a job in Chang. Wearing thin clothes in winter. The officials of the Ministry of Personnel glanced at one of the students whose clothes were being turned over. The students didn't feel ashamed when they took off their clothes. Everyone took off their clothes. When they heard someone ask about their clothes, they blushed. Seeing that the imperial examination was approaching, I pawned my thick clothes because I had no money, the student answered softly. The official took a long robe from the side and measured it with the student's body. It can be worn. Another official handed over a pair of boxers and linen underwear to the student. Wear these. Although the court has floor heating, it's still a bit cold. The student looked at the clothes and showed an expression of disbelief. New clothes? Why would Li family Zhuangzi let you wear old clothes? When the examination is over, someone from Li family Zhuangzi will ask for your clothes back. The officials didn't need to check anymore. They let the students wear their clothes and entered the examination hall from the back door. The students of Li family Zhuangzi entered the tents and took off their clothes. They took off all their clothes and put them on. They were even faster. They went to their respective places. He looked at where the toilet was and then went in another direction to see what food was available. When you need to eat during the exam, you have to tell the invigilator what you want to eat. The invigilator will record the number and place the food on the plate according to the number. This was the first time that the students had encountered such an imperial examination. Other than the imperial court, everything else was handled by the imperial court. Take a menu and go. Say the number when you eat. The officials outside the kitchen called the students to take the menu. There were 12 dishes, 2 main dishes, and 2 soups. There were also samples for the students to see. Shao Yi, shall we go to earthly paradise for dinner? Li Yi sat on the shaft of his ambulance and swung his legs. Bai Gu came out of the imperial city. This place was close to the Anfu Gate, and there was also the Yeding Palace next to it. Old Bai, aren't you busy at the Ministry of Revenue? Li Yi moved 2 folding chairs to the side. Bai Gu sat down and said, How can the minister do it personally? You have to give the other officials a chance to improve. Are you distressed about 180 yuan? Li Yi asked with a smile. It's 10,000 yuan. Don't worry about 180 yuan. The people are very happy. All the counties want to give His Majesty tens of thousands of yuan. Baigu finally gave the money according to Li Yi's method. He directly called out 8 million taels of silver to repair roads in the capital and to repair houses for people with poor economic conditions. The people in Chang and ran outside the imperial city and kowtowed to thank His Majesty. Baigu was depressed. He forgot to mention that only the people in 20 counties would repair houses. Chang and Anwanyan County were not counted. The people in Chang and had a good life. Li Yi found a job for them. Now he was going to pick tea leaves and sell them to the Li family, Zhuangzi. Before he could say anything, the people who needed to repair houses knelt down and kowtowed. It seemed that they had to do it. Old Bai, I have a new idea. When the river is not so cold, I will use it. Will the Ministry of Revenue invest? Li Yi wanted to make some money from the Ministry of Revenue. Then the Ministry of Revenue would have more money to build infrastructure. Yes. No. You can ask His Majesty. Baigu wanted to say yes. After thinking about it, Li Yi always asked His Majesty for big deals. He could not take His Majesty's money. If I cooperate with His Majesty, can I still make money? Li Yi spread his hands. How do you want to invest? Baigu reached out and touched Li Yi's head to comfort him. You invest in the construction of the water net in the entire capital. It has to be 3 feet wide and 6 to 8 feet deep. Lay the bridge. As Li Yi spoke, he went into the car and took out a piece of paper. The names of the 20 counties in the capital were marked on the paper. On the paper was a waterway grid drawn between the counties. It connected to the rivers of the other main streams and provided water for those rivers. According to the design, every village in the county could be connected. How much money do you need? Baigu counted. The additional confluence was drawn with a blue line and the existing rivers were drawn with a red line. Among them, Lantian County had more existing rivers and less investment. The other counties only had 1 or 2 small rivers. It was a lot of work to dig them manually. 8 million won't be enough to build roads and houses. We can do it together and dig out the canals. Li did not ask for much money. 8 million was not a small amount. Baigu glanced at Li Yi. You don't want me to use that money. Of course, I know it won't be enough. If you build the rivers, where will you make money? Old Bai, lay out the water net to make it easier for the people to water. Make money. Boats. I have a new boat that any child can control. Li Yi smiled as he spoke of his plan. You build the boat. I'll take a look. If you have a boat, sell it to make money. Baigu believed that Li Yi had a new boat, but he did not know how to calculate the money. Lease. We'll split the money. Your Ministry of Revenue is in charge of the water net. I, Zhuangzi, am in charge of all the boats. There are many and the cost is high. We also need to maintain it later. Li Yi gestured as he spoke, as if he had paid a high price. The money collected must be calculated as gross profit. Zhuangzi will be in charge of the maintenance. Baigu made a request. He could not deduct the cost of building the boat and maintenance and split it in half. Naturally. Otherwise, the cost of digging the canals and maintaining the canals will be deducted. Li Yi agreed. Both sides did not calculate the cost. Good. Baigu agreed. Another thing. Cotton needs to be planted this year. Cancel the harmony of the people in the capital. The mulberry and hemp fields will become cotton fields. Li Yi mentioned the matter he wanted to promote. It was the cotton planting season. Baigu nodded again in agreement. Do you still want to go to earthly paradise for dinner? Li Yi invited. There are many things to do in the Ministry of Revenue. I have to watch the progress of others. Baigu did not want to go. He had to go back to make arrangements. He went back and went directly to the Political Affairs Hall. Good news. Li Yi has come up with a way to make money. He wants to cooperate with the Ministry of Revenue and split it in half. Bai Gu said the situation as if he was showing off. He was quite satisfied. Yao Chong and the other two looked at each other and shook their heads. What's wrong? Bai Gu felt guilty. What went wrong? Long Zai. Li Yi wants to promote cotton planting. He needs to water. The mulberry and hemp fields do not need as much water as cotton. That was all Lu Huaishan said. Bai Gu, Shao Yi, he schemed against me? He even helped the people water the fields. Didn't the people water the fields in the past? Bai Gu learned in an instant. Shao Yi, you are so capable. Chapter 632. Found it. While Bai Gu was still thinking about being tricked by Li Yi, Wei Zhigu shouted and ran over. There were 4 people behind him. They were covered in dust, and their hair was stuck together. Their original color couldn't be seen. Found it. Long Zai is here too? Quick, bring it over and show it to them. Wei Zhigu looked at the people and waved to the back. The 4 people came forward. One of them put something the size of a large eggplant on the table. Mine. Look, this is, or... Wei Zhigu pointed at the thing on the table. Gold mine. Zhang Shua saw the yellow color of the ore. Pyrite, no gold. The person who brought the thing said in a hoarse voice, Dongtu County's iron mine? Bai Gu reacted. Li Yi had told him about the 2 iron mines. One was close and had already mined a lot of ore. The other was far away in Jiangnan. Yes. Another person nodded vigorously. Drink some water first and sit down. Yao Chong got up and set the 4 people down. The person next to him brought tea. The 4 people were indeed thirsty. They drank it in one gulp. Lu Huaishan helped to refill the water. The 4 people blew on it a little and endured the heat. Come, bring the cold water you haven't drunk. Let the 4 of you drink. Yao Chong ordered. The people from the other offices in the government hall brought the water over. The 4 people drank one after another. Each of them could drink nearly 2 liters of water. They didn't touch the bowl. Wei Zhigu slapped his thigh. It's all my fault. I was too anxious and didn't give you water to drink at the Ministry of Works. The 4 people smiled at him. The person who brought the ore raised his sleeve to wipe his sweat. His face was smudged. There's a lot of ore there that can be mined directly. Many of them have a lot of iron. Looking at the size of the mountain, it'll take a few decades. When the person talked about the ore, he showed a happy expression. He didn't know the reserves of Ma On Shan iron mine. He thought that a few decades was a lot. Good. Is the road easy to travel? Yao Chong also thought that a few decades was enough. Build a road down. There's the Yangtze River. It's a few dozen miles away from the riverside. As long as we pick some stones, we'll be able to transport them out. The prospector gestured the distance with his hand. All right, as long as it's close to the river, it'll be much easier to ship it everywhere. Yao Chong poured himself a glass of water and looked at the water in deep thought. Bai Gu glanced at the oars on the table, picked them up, and hurriedly ran out. He went out and found his sidekick. Carry him and follow me. Not long after, he ran out of the examination hall again. Shao Yi, look, the iron mine you were talking about has been found. They said that it can be mined for decades. Bai Gu asked Li Yi to look at the stone that the footman was holding. Decades? Then our Tang dynasty's industrial system is going to reach the heavens. At least our mining technology is superb. Li Yi firmly disagreed with the statement of decades. What a joke! With the ability of the Tang dynasty, the iron mine on Mount Manshan could not be mined completely in 200 years, unless the technology developed even more in the future. Can it be mined for longer? Bai Gu understood the meaning of Li Yi's words. He sat down again. It's a few dozen miles away from the river. Build a road and transport the stones to other places for smelting after mining. Old Bai, there's a coal mine in Wuhu under the iron mine. There's a small coal mine near the iron mine. It's not easy to use. Li Yi saw that the iron mine had been found and conveniently mentioned the coal mine. There were a lot of coal mines in Wuhu. The quality was passable, but not all of them could be compared to Fushin coal mine. Bai Gu carefully looked at Li Yi from all angles. Xiao Yi, according to what you said, can't we smelt the iron locally? Then we can transport it to different places by water. There's no need to refine it. We can refine the iron ore into rough blanks and transport it to different places for further processing. Li Yi suggested, why not directly process it locally? Bai Gu had a question. Promote the development of smelting technology in more places in the Tang dynasty and cultivate more smelting craftsmen. In the future, when the Tang dynasty expands to the southwest, I'll give the imperial court a big iron mine. Li Yi was talking about Panzahua. The one in Inner Mongolia was also good. The Turkic people occupied it. There has to be more people involved. Otherwise, if it's only there, I named it Manchin. It won't work if it's only there. It will form a gang. Li Yi said that the local iron mine had been smelting well, using the local coal and iron ore. In the end, the Manchin iron gang was formed and could go against the local government. Just like the salt gang in the future, any official would be abolished. If one group was killed, another group would appear. The benefits were there. The outcome was determined from the beginning. Xiao Yi, you've thought it through thoroughly. That's how it should be. Bai Gu agreed. What he saw was the current Workers' Alliance and Yi's Alliance. Why were there three of them? 3 legs of a tripartite balance. There were also a bunch of performance groups set up in Pyongkong Square, competing with each other. They infiltrated the government, and the government made use of them. They were much stronger than before, and there were fewer shady things. And this idea was also proposed by Xiao Yi in front of him. The current transport fleet is dominated by your Li family, Zhuangzi. Bai Gu turned around and began to criticize Li Yi. In the future, the small fleet of the capital magistrate will also be dominated by my family. The exchange coupons will also be issued by my family. Li Yi accepted the criticism, but he did not change his mind. Do you want to take a look at this year's exam questions? Try answering them. Bai Gu saw that criticizing Li Yi had no effect, so he changed the topic. He couldn't do anything to Li Yi. The Ministry of Revenue wanted to list a crime and ask the people of the capital magistrate if they agreed to it. How many people hoped that the Li family Zhuangzi would have a way out? How many people could sue the Ministry of Revenue in the People's Court? Without mentioning anything else, the Li family Zhuangzi would not accept tea leaves. At the same time, they would say in the newspaper, because the Ministry of Revenue is too ruthless, Zhuangzi is unable to accept tea leaves. The consequences were unimaginable. I'm not looking. I'll get full marks. I'm getting less and less interested in the imperial examinations. Li Yi refused. Are you sure you can answer the scripture questions? Bai Gu expressed his disbelief. The scripture questions are the simplest. It's just memorizing. The current affairs policy is also simple. It's just organizing the words. Today's exam is boring. So what if I can't answer it? Li Yi didn't care about the exam, and ordinary people couldn't understand it. In terms of poetry, Bai Juyi's poems were better. They were easier to understand than Li Bai and Du Fu's. Short without seeing the skin, long without being covered by the soil. Behind, Bai Gu wasn't convinced and said. Li Yi smiled and nodded his head lightly. Continue the skirt, hook the edges. You need to sew half of the skirt. The height of the skirt, the width of the skirt is 1/2 inch. Don't test me on the things I need to memorize. He read the entire back of the Book of Rights, Shin Yi, and expressed his helplessness. He could check the information at any time. Others had to memorize it, but he had to find the position and read it. Bai Gu looked at Li Yi speechlessly. At this time in the examination hall, as long as it involved the scripture questions, the examinees would answer this question first. If they couldn't answer the scripture questions, they would still be eliminated. And this year's scripture question was the one that Bai Gu had just asked Li Yi. In addition to this, there were other scriptures in the Ming dynasty. They mainly memorized them. This scripture question was relatively simple. The examinees were very happy. They quickly wrote it down and looked at the other questions. This year's imperial examination had an additional essay. The essay question was, Li family Zhuangzi's 220 examinees looked at the question. They were all expressionless. What else could they say? Copy it. Just memorize the essay that you wrote before and copy it. It was that simple. Chapter 633. The questions were simple, and the essay was on the right topic. Looking at the current affairs policy, one was about the economic and cultural exchanges between the Tang dynasty and Khitan. One was about the importance of military development to the military forces of the Tang dynasty, and the other was about the benefits of taxation to the country and the people. One was about the impact of greenhouse vegetables on the people in the north, and the other was about the necessity of the Tang dynasty's navy. None of the 5 current affairs policies involved Tubo. After the students who came to take the exam in Li family Zhuangzi finished copying the essay, most of them sat there in a daze. Some who were not in a daze were wiping tears. It was so difficult to take the imperial examination every year. In the end, when they arrived in Li family Zhuangzi, they ate and drank, and their relatives came to pick them up. The questions of the exam were the questions set by Dongzhu himself. Otherwise, why would all the questions other than the Invitation Sutra be the result of his intense practice recently? If I had known, why would I practice Tubo's current affairs policy? It's a waste of time. A student muttered. He was the kind of person who made his own plans. He thought that because of the relationship between the Tang dynasty and Tubo, the possibility of Dongzhu saying that he could not take the exam was very low. He regretted it very much. If he had the time, he should have written the essay properly. Copy, continue copying. After you finish, you can go back. Don't eat lunch. Hurry up and go back to Zhuangzi to eat. After being in a daze, the students broke out again and wrote crazily. Let alone tomorrow, they should finish copying today and leave as soon as possible. Xiao Yi, do you know what current affairs policy the exam is about? Bai Gu knew the questions today, and he also knew where the questions came from. Besides Tubo, there are only a few. Young people nowadays really don't understand the situation in the Tang dynasty. Li Yi shook his head and sighed. Young people nowadays. Bai Gu looked at Li Yi's fluffy mouth and really did not understand how the word young came out from there. Yes, even if some of the examinees look quite old, it shows that our Tang dynasty's job positions and education are not enough. Li Yi saw examinees in their 40s and 50s. They still came over, wanting to climb up through the imperial examinations. It was the same as the civil service exam back then. As long as it was not restricted to fresh graduates, there would still be many people who wanted to take the exam. The imperial examinations were not for university. The purpose of getting into university was to get a good job. The purpose of the imperial examination was to become an official. In the Tang dynasty, there seemed to be no other good job except being an official. Bai Gu looked around and said, Bring me some tea. Who are you looking at? It's just me. Tao Hong and the others are sleeping in the car behind us. Li Yi got up to make tea. Only the wing knights were in charge of protecting Li Yi, so they couldn't make tea for Bai Gu. Xiao Yi, you always drink big leaf tea. Where's the first grade tea? Bai Gu found that as long as Li Yi drank tea, it was guaranteed to be the 4th grade big leaf tea. I don't like to drink tea. I just drink water when I drink tea. I don't eat the tender buds. I might have something to do at any time. It's better to find a chance to sell the good tea, Li Yi said with a smile. Although he took out the kung fu tea, he usually only made one kind. If he had something to do, he would not drink it and just throw it away. He would not feel bad. After the tea cooled down a little, Bai Gu blew on it and took a sip. Xiao Yi, I have an idea. I want to tell you. Can you help me see if it's okay? Okay, I'll buy. As long as it's not a rebellion, it's easy. Li Yi turned around and took out a plate of pine nuts and 2 small pliers. Bai Gu ignored Li Yi's teasing. He took a pair of pliers and opened a pine nut. The Ministry of Revenue is going to choose a place for the merchants to discuss the price. After the discussion, they can directly collect taxes. Do you think the merchants will agree? Oh, Bai, you thought of this. Li Yi looked at Bai Gu as if he was looking at a panda. Who else can think of this? Bai Gu blew his beard. Oh, Bai, don't be angry. I'm just asking. Good idea. This is called the Commodity Trading Hall. Li Yi expressed his agreement. What does it do? Bai Gu heard a new term and wanted to understand. The place to discuss the price. The officials are responsible for helping the merchants to put the important information on the board and put it in an obvious position. The purchase and sale are divided into 2 areas. When the merchants come in, they will look at the 2 areas and evaluate their goods and the price of the things they want to buy. Then they will negotiate the price. The Ministry of Revenue will provide a guarantee. Without the guarantee of the government to check the goods, this hall has no meaning. Li Yi said as he picked up his tea and sipped it lightly, giving Bai Gu time to think. Bai Gu lowered his head and pondered. After a while he said, Good idea. What do the goods look like? If they are not, both sides will have a dispute. He thought of the role of the Ministry of Revenue. It was very important. There is a drawback. Li Yi put down his teacup. Oh, Bai, look. A ship of goods should be taxed with 100 coins. The tax is 30 coins. The total price of the goods is 3,000 coins. If the transaction price is 2,000 coins, Li Yi said another problem. Some merchants had already agreed on the price in private and came to the hall to discuss. The price of 3,000 coins was changed to 2,000 coins. The tax was not 100 coins, but 66 coins, 666 coins. The seller saved more than 33 coins and split the tax with the buyer. It was a bargain. 1 jean was worth 1,000 taels of silver. Don't look at how the Li family's farmstead often used tens of thousands of jean as a unit to donate money and scam money from foreign countries. In reality, the Li family Zhuangzi did not spend much. Including the workshop, 500 coins a day was enough. What about the luxury goods that cost 20 coins or even 10 coins? The transaction price would be reduced to 5,000 coins. Both sides would negotiate behind the scenes. The tax involved would be 500 coins, and the Ministry of Revenue would pay. Bai Gu started to drink his tea. After a few sips, he started to pinch pine nuts. He was worried. That's right. If he collected the taxes the way he wanted, both sides would be fooling the Ministry of Revenue. What should we do? What should we do? Bai Gu mumbled. His follower could not stand it anymore and nudged Bai Gu's leg. When Bai Gu looked over, he signaled to Bai Gu with his eyes. Wasn't there Li Dongzhu beside him? Can Xiao Yi teach me? Bai Gu understood, tacitly. That's right. What's the use of thinking about it? The person next to him would answer any question he had. Anything was fine. Set up the Ministry of Revenue to purchase funds and open a counter. When the merchant enters the hall, look at the agreement first. The Ministry of Revenue has the right to buy at a higher price. Li Yi gave a solution. He could not directly set the price of the other party's goods, so he would stop them. Bai Gu revealed a smile and glanced at his follower, expressing his praise. As expected, he was smart. He understood. If the other party dared to sell a luxury item worth 10,000 coins for 5,000 coins, the Ministry of Revenue would add 100 coins to buy it. If the other party said they were not selling, then investigate. Which merchant did not want to make more money? There was a problem. Investigate the other party's purchase price, transportation price, and a series of data. Once he found it, he would clean it up. It was the same as Li Yi's punishment when he made customs declarations at a low price, including the company's capital flow, private transactions to avoid taxes, issuing low invoices to report losses, and converting costs. If he wanted to investigate, he could find out. It could not run away. Good. Xiao He, you have helped the Ministry of Revenue again. Bai Gu reached out and rubbed Li Yi's head. Can you collect less taxes from me? Treat it as a consultation fee. Li Yi felt that he should enjoy preferential treatment since he had helped. Xiao He, why does this pine nut of yours break so easily? Bai Gu retracted his hand and picked up a pine nut. He used a pair of pliers to clamp it, and it broke. Because his skin is not thick enough. He can't withstand such strength. Li Yi despised. Chapter 634. Bai Gu left. He took 2 handfuls of pine nuts and took the pliers away. He walked very quickly as if he had taken advantage of the situation and was afraid that Li Yi would snatch it back. His sidekick was hugging the oars behind him. In his sleeve was a bag of 2 caddies of pine nuts, which Li Yi gave to him to eat for fun. He was going to share a few handfuls with his colleagues in the Ministry of Revenue and bring the rest home. Brother E. Li Yi was about to enter the car to rest when he heard his third brother's voice. Li Longji came. He did not go through the Anfu gate. Instead, he came from the front. He wore a bamboo hat and was followed by his bodyguards. He was sneaky. Li Yi opened the door of a car waiting to pick up the examinees and motioned for his third brother to enter. This year's exam questions are not difficult. Almost all of your students in Zhuangzi will pass. Li Longji looked out of the car window. Third brother, I plan to arrange jobs for them in half a year. Li Yi talked about the future of the 220 students. Where will they be placed? Li Longji did not care whether it was half a year or a year. Anyway, they will be studying in the Li family Zhuangzi. They will be placed in the capital's village. They will lead the villagers to become rich. If they lack investment, the Li family Zhuangzi will give them money. If they have the ability to pull in investment, they can also do it. Li Yi wanted to cultivate the students to be down to earth. If they were placed in the village, they would not even be considered as outsiders. Outside of the village, they would usually do the work of officials in the county. The village chief would not be promoted. Some of the bigger villages would only be promoted to outside of the village. The village chief represented power. Without prestige, they would not be able to become a village chief. After the examinees passed the imperial examination, they would be directly promoted to a level 9 official after an interview with the Ministry of Appointments. Be the village chief in the village? Li Longji thought of the matter of seizing power. No, be the village chief's assistant. Give advice to the village chief. Manage the village's accounts. Familiarize yourself with the situation of the villagers. Apply for help. Find economic growth projects. Pull in investment, etc. Li Yi introduced the students to the task of being a village official. The rank was low, but there are many things to be done. They had to do their best. Li Longji smiled. Should the other students who passed the exam also be sent to the village? They won't agree because they think it's beneath their status. They have the ambition to rule the country and have the talent to be prime ministers. Li Yi mocked. All of them were taking the imperial examinations, wanting to ascend to the heavens in a single step. Okay, arrange for them to go to the village. Li Longji decided. First, the students who passed the exam this year would be sent to the village to be officials for a year. If the villagers could not understand, then they would be sent to work for another year. 3 years was the time limit. If the village still couldn't improve in 3 years, then go home. The imperial court didn't want them. If someone was able to help the villagers earn more money in half a year, they would be promoted and given the position of county registrar, county deputy, county lieutenant, and other officials. Third brother, Bai Gu's minister, Bai just told me that he wants to build a trading hall. I was thinking that your majesty has a lot of tributes. Why don't you sell them? Your majesty doesn't need many of them, except for gold and silver. Li Yi didn't mention the issue of the allocation of officials. He talked about another matter. Li Longji picked up the thermos and poured half a cup of hot water for the both of them. Is it to earn money? Your majesty, don't rely on selling tributes to earn money. Your Majesty needs money. I have other mines and businesses here. Li Yi waved his hand. Of course. Li Longji was happy. He didn't lack money. If he needed it, he could ask Brother Yi for the location of the mines. Providing tributes to the local government is actually not beneficial to the local government. If your Majesty auctions it, the tributes will be valuable if the price is high. Li Yi said his thoughts. The local government had been sending things to the emperor, like his soy sauce. Now that the recipe for the soy sauce was thrown out, the tributes were changed to other things in Zhuangzi. In the remote areas, the people had to prepare the best things in the area for the Emperor of Chang, and every year, the palace used it, but others didn't know, taking it out for auction. It told others that it was produced from where and how precious it was. If others wanted it, they could go to the local government to buy it. Then, the local government could use these things to make money. It turned out that things that were sold for 10 coins could be sold for 1 coin. Even the emperor said it was good. He had a lot of places to sell things at that time. He talked about Qianlong and Kangxi. It gave people the feeling that the emperor of the Qing dynasty ran around all day. He went to at least 3 to 5 places a day. He praised this thing and said that it was wonderful. The key was that the emperor had a good appetite. He ate everything. He ate all the snacks in Sha County. They were everywhere. He went to other places to eat. Guangdong, Guangxi, Hainan, Yunnan, Shandong, Shaanxi, Henan, Hebei, Hunan, Hubei. There was no place that the emperor didn't go. There was no food that they didn't eat or play with. This was called the emperor effect. The Tang dynasty gave tributes to the local government. They couldn't just leave it in Zhuangzi for themselves. They had to help the local government advertise. Li Longji listened and thought. He felt that he owed the emperor a lot. In the past, he didn't have the money and the means. Now that he didn't lack money and the means, he could help the local government sell things. Brother Yi, where do you think the Ministry of Revenue's trading hall should be? Li Longji wanted to arrange a place. Shenyang Lane. Li Yi said 3 words. Why is it? I understand. Li Longji smiled. He arranged the trading hall to be in Shenyang Lane. After the businessmen finished talking, they could take a bath and go to Pyongkong Square to relax. It was not bad. It was very convenient to send someone to heaven on earth to order takeout. The 2 of them chatted for a while until it was noon. The smell of food floated out of the examination hall. There were 12 dishes. Even the meat dishes were mainly lean meat. There was a lot of green vegetables and not much salt. He was afraid that some examinees who usually ate little oil would suddenly eat fatty meat. It was delicious, but after eating it, they would have a stomachache. Brother Yi, let's eat. Li Longji smelled the smell of the north wind. He was hungry. Li Yi went out and went to the carriage where Tao Hong and the others were resting. There were people on duty. There were dishes on the pot. It was pork trotters. He used a pair of tongs to pick up the pot and carried it back to the carriage. It's been simmering since early morning. It's delicious. Li Yi began to boil the wine. There were 6 tails of wine, 3 tails for each person. In the pot, there were only pork trotters and prawns. The frozen prawns were transported from the land and frozen in ice. It was very popular now. Li Qingqi made a fortune by transporting them from Laizhou. There were also a few washed vegetables dipped in pickles to replenish vitamins and chlorophyll. Bai He ran over to take a look. She turned around and called the others to eat together. The 8 of them carried the small pots and ran into the carriage. There were 4 on each side, ready to listen to orders. Li Longji ate a piece of pork trotter and spat out the bone. This year's transport needs to be improved. Otherwise, we won't be able to transport the food and we'll have to run to Hunan to find food. The number of people in the capital office is still small. If the number of people doubled, there won't be a shortage of food. The grain merchants are more anxious than us. Li Yi explained the need for food. The fewer the population and the less developed the economy, the more scarce the food and the more expensive it would be. The capital office was big. The lack of food was because the merchants did not think there was a shortage of food. When a gap appeared, the emperor ran away with his people. Where are we going to settle with so many people? Li Longji did not think there was much space left in Chang'an. The surrounding counties need to be repaired this year. At the same time, they need to build canals. When Minister Bai told me about this, I mentioned that there was a coal mine near the iron production area. I thought of something. Tracks. If there are no iron tracks, we can use wooden tracks. If we can lay tracks in the mining area, we can also lay tracks on the road from Luoyang to Chang. And Li Yi proposed something new. Chapter 635. Li Yi could not fix the tracks for the time being. He bought a lot of iron to make tracks. Many people did not even have kitchen knives at home. When the tracks were needed, it meant that the load-bearing things had to be heavy. He did not take out the steam train. How heavy did things need to be on the tracks? Wooden tracks were fine. The Tang dynasty did not lack wood or cement. The tracks in the mining area needed to be higher than the ground, so the wheels had to be on them. The tracks on the road were grooves made of cement. The horses would run along the grooves faster than the normal road. At this time, four-wheeled carriages were not suitable. It was easy to hit the wheels. Two-wheeled carriages could run as long as the tracks were a little wider. It was like the ruts on the dirt road. The carriages behind followed the ruts of the carriages in front to save energy. The ruts were easy to change due to rain, but the grooves did not change. A groove was left on the side for sand and stones to go in. It could be cleaned or flushed with water. The sand would flow down the groove. Every section of the road, a relatively flat place, such as a fork in the road. This way, the carriages could go up and enter other roads. There was such a road in the Qin dynasty. Later, no one had the money to fix it, so it was abandoned. The Great Wall of China had been fixed by each generation, but it had never surpassed the Qin dynasty. The Qin dynasty was really serious about civil engineering. Li Yi told Li Longji about these things. Fixing the cement takes too long. We need to dig a hole for the wood. The wood needs to be soaked in Tang oil. With the Tang oil, we can build ships. Li Longji understood. Good idea. The road from Chang'an to Luoyang was fixed. Wasn't this the same track? It was convenient for transportation. Use cement to fix it. We need to build a new cement factory. The mines in Lantian County are enough to support our cement production. Stay away from the houses. The factory has a lot of smoke and dust. Li Yi's own Zhuangzi could not support such a large amount of cement, so he could only give it out. The 16 guards will protect the secret of cement production. The 16 guards are not allowed to go in and get in touch with the secret. Your Zhuangzi bought another piece of land. I will arrange another 1,000 households for you. Li Longji was not at ease with other people. Li Yi kept a lot of secrets and felt that he was not safe enough. He could not let an emperor take care of it himself, right? In the end, it would still end up in someone else's hands. Why not let brother Yi take it? Third brother, I've made a new type of boat. There's a big one and a small one. The big one isn't big, but it's a medium one. Come to Zhuangzi the day after tomorrow when the imperial examinations list is announced. Li Yi sent out an invitation. The boat he built was not suitable for drifting on the Yangtze River or the Yellow River. It was not bad in the Jiangnan water towns, but with the Jiangnan water towns' boat skills, they did not want this kind of boat. Where there was little water, boats used oars. Where the water was wide and shallow, boats used poles. Where the water was complicated, people used oars. Where oars could be used, people could use oars and poles, but they didn't use them. The boat that Li Yi took out did not require any advanced skills. They could just board it and play around. They were guaranteed to know how to use it. Okay, I'll take the child for a checkup. Li Longji agreed. He also wanted to take a look. As time passed, his heart felt empty. The palace maids and eunuchs lowered their heads to eat. They did not record what the emperor said, so there was no daily record. Dongzhu, where are you? I finished the exam, I got everything. Li Yi and Li Longji were eating and chatting. Someone shouted, Arrange it. Li Yi ordered. Qing Song put down his chopsticks and went out. Looking at them, they will all be out before evening. Li Yi knew the situation. When Baigu tested him on the first scripture, he knew what this year's imperial examinations was. It was Li Ji Shen Yi. This was especially easy to remember. It was just like when he tested the mountain is not high. If he memorized it well, he would be able to recite it after many years. The first scripture was divided into sections. Each section was taken once. Usually it was divided into 5 sections. As long as all of them were correct, it would be stable. As for the last section, there would be no problem as long as one did not use the 4 rhymes wrong. Dong Zhu, I got everything. Don't crowd around me. Okay, I'll tell you the questions. The questions for the imperial examinations are: the student who ran out first was stopped and asked about the questions. There were many beautiful women around. They were responsible for getting the questions for the imperial examinations. They would then return to Pyongkong Square to answer the questions for everyone. After being surrounded by the beautiful women, the student who ran out quickly confessed. Qing Song was squeezed out of the crowd. He gritted his teeth and wondered if this student had a wife. If he did, he was prepared to. Brother Yi, have you ever thought about the glory of being first in the imperial examinations? Li Longji suddenly felt sorry for his brother Yi. Brother Yi's imperial examinations were guaranteed to be special. Brother Yi's strategy was the national strategy. No, Li Yi shook his head. Once you become an official, you will be in. The Jianghu is deep, it's better to be outside. He then continued, virtue is like water. Water is good for all living things and does not compete. It is evil to all. Therefore it is close to the Tao. The man does not compete. Therefore no one can compete with him. Li Longji smiled. Brother Yi, whether you take the imperial examinations or not, no one can compete with you. Yes, so I still want to be the master of my manner. I want to jump out of the 3 realms and not be in the 5 elements. Li Yi raised his cup. Li Longji drank with Li Yi. Brother Yi, you have worked hard for the Tang dynasty. Princess Jinxian, if you can persuade her, please do. Don't always take medicine. It's not good for your health. If you really want to take pills, I have hawthorn pills and honey pills here. They are delicious. Li Yi suddenly mentioned Princess Jinxian. This princess practiced Taoism and went on the wrong path. She insisted on taking medicine. When he heard Li Yi mention Princess Jinxian, Li Longji felt uncomfortable. His favorite sister was always thinking about printing books. Princess Jinxian took some medicine for the opposite of your sister-in-law, Li Longji said helplessly. Li Yi understood. So the princess also knew that it was not good to eat heavy metal. She was just trying to avoid pregnancy. Therefore, he turned around and returned to the ambulance. I have medicine here. Take 22 pills a month. After taking it, you won't have to do anything. It can also adjust a woman's menstrual cycle. Li Yi gave Li Longji a big bag. This thing was cheap. 3 years. It can be stored for 3 years. After 3 years, it can still be used. I just don't know when it will lose its effect. Li Yi added. Li Longji looked at Li Yi in surprise. You have this thing too? It won't be poisoned. Li Yi explained the situation. Princess Jinxian represents the royal family. She likes to print books for others. Only when she is alive can her value be reflected. Li Yi told the truth. Princess Jinxian was now printing Taoist books. After that, Buddhism became more sensible. Li Longji relaxed again. From then on, Princess Jinxian printed Buddhist books. Since she could print like this and said that she wanted to make a full set of copperplate printing, then she could naturally print other books. To educate the people, it couldn't be the Li family Zhuangzi who did it. It would cost a lot of money. Okay, I want to print books. Princess Jinxian's thoughts are actually more simple. Li Longji always felt that his sister was not bad. The 2 of them continued to eat and drink. One after another, students of the Li family Zhuangzi ran out. They had finished copying and were unwilling to eat inside. Heaven on earth started to deliver food. They opened the food boxes and found a place to squat and eat. They didn't use the car or the table. They gathered together and chatted about current affairs. Some even argued over a word. Brothers and sisters who were reading outside the station, if you have the ability, go back to the starting point to subscribe. In addition, at the end of the month, the monthly tickets would expire. Also, the daily recommendation tickets would expire. If you want to vote for a book, then vote. Chapter 636. A moment later, all 220 students came out of the examination hall. The other students were nowhere to be seen. Currently, the only questions that outsiders could get were the advancement questions. The last student came out and looked at the others. He took the food from heaven on earth and ate it. Line up and count off. Li Yi shouted through the loudspeaker in his carriage. The students were in groups of 10, 110 in a group. They quickly lined up. 1, 2, 3, 10. Reporting. 10 people from our third squad have arrived. 10 people have arrived. End of report. Reporting. Our first team has 110 people and 110 people have arrived. End of report. Reporting. My second group. Reporting over. All 220 students were present. Get in the car. Let's go home. Li Yi ordered. The students got into the car. The car had already turned around. The convoy left under the protection of the winged knights. The people outside the examination hall looked at each other. Were these the advancement candidates? Did they enter the wrong examination hall? They were needed for the military examination. The students returned to Li family Zhuangzi. Those with families were waiting for them. Only 3 families were empty. The family members came forward to ask about the situation. I answered all of them. The questions were simple. Rights, Shen Yi, Fu Ji, the nation's plentiful year. As for the other topics, I practiced quite a bit. I will definitely pass. Don't worry. I wonder what Dongzhu will do after I become an official. In the future, I will learn from Dongzhu and teach the children how to read. The students began to think about the future. They knew very well that they had the mark of the Li family's manner that could not be erased. At this time, they were not too excited. The questions for the imperial examination had been arranged in advance. The truly amazing one was Dongzhu. His methods were impressive. The families of the students were happy. Their loved ones being able to pass the imperial examination meant that one of their wishes had been fulfilled. Their lives were comfortable now. They did not plan to move unless Dongzhu chased them out. The Li family Zhuangzi bought a large piece of land. There was work and a place to live. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Many people gathered at the entrance of the imperial city. Just like last year, everyone had their own plans. The students of the Li family Zhuangzi arrived with their families and lined up. Songde took out the loudspeaker again and ran to the front under the protection of the winged knights. The others made way for him. The names of the various departments were posted. Songde took out his binoculars and shouted as soon as the advancement department was posted. First place, Changshu County's Zhou Changyu. Congratulations to our Li family Zhuangzi. Second place, Ma Jin from Wuqing County. Congratulations to my Zhuangzi student from the Li family. Number 95, Nejiang Fan Chongkai. Congratulations. This is not a student from the Li family Zhuangzi. Congratulations, Fan Chongkai. Number 200, Nejiang Fan Yuankai. Congratulations, Fan Yuankai. This name sounds very similar to Fan Chongkai's. Songde's memory was very good. He could actually remember the names of the students from Zhuangzi High School and whether the names of the students were similar or not. 260th place, Shanyang Luo Ochang. Congratulations, Luo Ochang. 261st place, Shanyang Luo Ochang. Congratulations. 262nd place, Shanyang Luo Oxan. Congratulations. 263rd place, Shanyang Luo. Oh, June, congratulations. These four are your cousins, right? The four cousins stood at the back, next to the Li family, Zhuangzi High School's team. That's great. You've all passed. I'll hold a banquet for you in heavenly earth. Ah no, let's go to Drunken Immortal House. Zhang Sun Xian, who was an inspector in Lantian County, also came. He was so happy that he jumped up when he heard that his four aides had all passed. He wanted to hold a banquet in heavenly earth, but he suddenly remembered that he had to line up and spend a lot of money. It was better to go back to Drunken Immortal House in the county. 276th place. Last place, Xianyang Fanlin. Congratulations to my Li family Zhuangzi High School student. Songda read out the last place. The 220 students from Zhuangzi High School were all on the list. The other 56 people were not few either. Woo! Someone in the Li family Zhuangzi High School's team cried. Fan Lin was crying. I've embarrassed the Li family Zhuangzi High School. I'm actually last place, woo. Fan Lin cried miserably. The people around him, the candidates from other subjects, did not want to talk. Those who had passed the higher school's exam had even lost interest in watching the list. The Li family Zhuangzi High School's team was comforting Fan Lin. They felt sad for him and sighed for him. Let's go back to Zhuangzi. Songda did not care about the others anymore. He turned around and asked everyone to go back. The people from Zhuangzi High School left, leaving behind a large group of people who were in a bad mood. Is it like this every year? Some students who had seen the list but did not pass wanted to cry. Next year, the Li family Zhuangzi High School will be gone. There are still students working and living in Zhuangzi High School. They won't come again, right? No. It's a pity that the Li family Zhuangzi High School will never be able to enter again. The students sighed again. Fortunately, they could always find something to do and could persist in staying in Chang'an. They did not complain about others taking their places. As long as they answered all the questions in the higher school's exam, they would at least get first place. Li family Zhuangzi High School. Before noon, Li Longji High School's family of 3 arrived. The little guy could stand on his own. Occasionally, he could hold on to something and take small steps. He was 11 months old. His big eyes were bright. He did not cry or make a fuss. He would be in a daze after looking at something. He would check his body and eat a cucumber strip. Third brother, let's go to the river. Zhuangzi High School has cleaned up the river that flows from the imperial plantation. Li Yi took something first. He was not in a hurry to eat. At least the little guy was not hungry. The group of people arrived at Zhuangzi High School's riverside. The merry-go-round could move again. The child on Zhuangzi High School was playing there with someone watching over him. A flatbed cart dragged a big goose made of wood over. The group of people used all their strength to slide the big goose into the water. There were 4 seats on the big goose, for people sat on 3 of them. The little guy was being held. When the goose swayed, he looked at the water and suddenly giggled. Only God knew why he was so happy. There are places for feet to step on in all 4 positions. There are rollers on both sides of the goose. When the feet move, the rollers will rotate. Li Yi sat down and kicked. The wheels on both sides of the goose rotated like a water wheel. He did not make the position of the big goose's wheels. It was easy for water to enter. The wheels were placed in the middle of the boat. They were too big and slow. Now, the wheels on both sides also had rudders under them. They could move forward and backward. If he wanted to use the wheels to adjust the direction, he needed a one-sided axis. The left and right were not synchronized. The 3 of them kicked. Li Yi controlled the rudder, and the boat turned back and forth on the river. The river was not wide enough. They could only go upstream and then downstream. The little guy turned his head back and forth through the door and window. It was his first time on a boat. He did not care about the shaking. Aha! The little guy made a single sound and pointed outside with his little hand. When the boat turned around, he looked to the other side. After confirming the direction, he laughed again. There are small boats on Zhuangzi High School. There is also a boat that can be placed on the Baishui River to carry 100 stones. It has 4 wheels. Li Yi introduced another kind of boat. Like the boat now, with people on it, it can carry 8 stones. If it was heavier, the boat would enter the water. It's good on inland rivers. Empress Wang guessed where such a boat was suitable for use. Li nodded. It's an inland river boat, especially where it needs to be pulled. This boat can move forward slowly. Chapter 637. Goose, ah. Yes, very good. Goose, ah. The 4 of them went ashore. Li Yi pointed at the goose boat and taught the little guy to speak. The little guy recited earnestly. He pointed at the goose and wanted to go up to play. Time to eat. Li Yi made an eating gesture. The little guy smacked his lips and drooled. He started to feel conflicted. You can play after you finish eating, Li Yi said again. He didn't know if the little guy understood, but he didn't ask to go up. During the meal, Empress Wang washed her son's hands again and again. Warm food was specially provided for the child. She placed the food on a plate. There were diced meat, diced vegetables, and a thumbnail-sized cake. The plate was placed in front of the child. The child sat on a special chair with a protective circle around it. The little guy reached out to grab food and stuffed it into his mouth. The adults would feed him when he drank soup. There was a big napkin on the table. The little guy also had a big napkin in front of his clothes. He grabbed food and rubbed it against his small hands. Wherever he rubbed, it was clean. Is a boat with wheels going against the current faster than a boatman pulling a rope? Li Longji looked at his son eating. He held back his laughter and talked to Li Yi about serious matters. Boatmen can't go very fast. At the Yellow River and the Yangtze River, boatmen have to climb on the rocks on the shore. There are special plank paths on the rock walls for boatmen to use. Li Yi described the boatmen's speed. Boatmen could only move the boat forward. The speed was out of the question. It can fit 2 wheels, but it can also fit more wheels? Li Longji understood the principle. Yes, it can be cycled by human feet. The strength of the feet is greater than the strength of the arms. It's easy to turn back and forth. It's even easier to move forward and reach the shore. Li Yi introduced the advantages of a boat. An aircraft carrier was also driven by wheels, but the shape of the wheels was different. I'll take one with me. Li Longji wanted to take it to the palace. There was a supreme liquid pond at the Xuanwu Gate of Daming Palace. There was also the Jingyao Gate where the river flowed through Fonglin Garden. It was easier to travel by foot than by other boats. I told Minister Bai to fork out some money to build a water network. The capital will be connected to the various villages, so there won't be a shortage of water to grow cotton. At the same time, it will be convenient for ships to travel. Li Yi mentioned the water project again. In fact, other places were also short of water. It was not easy to draw a small river for irrigation. Some made use of mountains and rivers, and there were also ponds that accumulated rainwater. That way, the crops would be different. Everyone would want to farm in a place with more water. The imperial court didn't have the money to pay for the construction of a water network in the capital. With the continuous collection of business tax, this year's business tax could exceed last year's rent transfer. Tao Hong watched the little fellow eat. Seeing that the food was finished, she went to the oven and took out the roasted chicken skewers. She used her chopsticks to place the meat skewers on a plate to dry, preparing to give it to the little fellow. Uncle, the meat skewers on your zhuangzi are of the same size. It must be difficult to wear them, right? Empress Wang discovered the secret when she saw the chicken skewers. Li Yi motioned to the eunuch. Gu Yan ran out and came back with a set of things in a short time. There was meat among them. He first cut the meat into large 1-inch slices on the table next to him and then put them into a box with vertical lattices on the side. The fat and lean meat were stacked at intervals and covered with a lid. Then he picked up a bundle of bamboo sticks and inserted them into the holes on the top. The knife cut at the vertical lattices cutting one side, changing the other side, and cutting again. After cutting, he opened the box and meat skewers appeared one by one. Eat a little for yourself. You don't need this tool. It takes time to wash the tools. If you have a lot, it will save time and effort. Li Yi said to the two that this kind of magical tool was suitable for making meat skewers in large quantities. Li Longji suddenly remembered the incident where the Li family Zhuangzi provided 30,000 people with meat skewers. So this was how it was worn. What about the steamed buns? Li Longji thought of the steamed buns again. The Li family Zhuangzi also provided them quickly. It's the kind of thing used to remove the seeds of cotton. It's used to press the dough. After pressing the dough, use a big bamboo tube to press it. One press will produce a pile of round buns. Li Yi said as he gestured the pressing action. When wrapping, there's a slot for folding bamboo sheets. There's a press bar next to it. Press it, the bamboo sheets will close and seal, and a steamed bun will come out. Li Yi said again how to make the steamed bun. It was a steamed bun machine that made it manually. What about the filling? Empress Wang thought of the process and didn't know how to put the filling in. Put it manually. There's a conveyor belt. The person in front just needs to put the dough on the box. The second person uses a spoon to scoop a spoonful of filling, and the third person presses. When the steamed bun comes out, another conveyor belt will transfer the empty box to the first person. 3 people make 220 to 250 steamed buns in a quarter of an hour. The key is to continuously make steamed buns. It's not so tiring and your fingers don't hurt. Li Yi also told this secret. Otherwise, how could Zhuangzi provide steamed buns for more than 30,000 people? Why were farmers more valuable than other workers? It was because they would quickly understand and carry out whatever the farmers told them. Some would even find problems in their work and improve it. I see. Li Longji smiled and shook his head. He thought that the Li family's farmers worked fast. It turned out that they had been using advanced technology. The little boy next to him stopped eating and waited with his little hand outstretched. The palace maid came to wash his hands. The little boy's little hand patted the water in the basin. After patting, he looked at his hand and stretched it out again to wait. He patted the water to wash his hands, but the effect was obviously not good. After his hands were clean, he sat there and looked at others. After a while, he closed his eyes and lowered his head bit by bit. He put the baby in the stroller and fell asleep. As long as there are enough ships to transport goods from other places to Chang and Anshudi, the time and labor costs will be reduced. Li Yi said as he put down his chopsticks. He had also finished eating. Li Longji finished the last mouthful of food. Can other ships be modified? Instead of modifying, it's better to build new ones. Many shipbuilding places have ready-made goodwood. The technology is not difficult. Li Yi did not agree with modifying existing ships. It was too troublesome. By the time a new ship was built, it would be too late. Li Longji understood. You want to show the new ship technology? It can't be kept a secret at all. Once others see the goose ship, the shipbuilding craftsmen will immediately make it. The goose ship shouldn't have that upper body. The center is too high. Li Yi gestured with his hand as if the boat was about to capsize. The goose ship was made to look like a goose for the sake of beauty. The upper body was high, and when the wind was strong, the surface area was also large, and the swaying was obvious. In order to make it stable, the upper body could be removed, or to prevent rain, it could be made into a removable shed. When it rained, the shed could be installed and the surrounding waterproof curtains could be lowered. If others learn it, will it be a big threat to the Tang dynasty? Li Longji asked. After asking, he laughed. Haha, not a big threat. The Tang dynasty needs it the most. He thought it through. There was no Yangtze River or Yellow River in other places. Whether there were ships in India or not, it didn't matter to the Tang dynasty for the time being. Brother Yi, this ship is also useful in Jiangnan. Li Longji thought of Suzhou, Yangzhou, Hangzhou, and other places. They will use it for tourists. They won't use it for their own lives. They look down on this kind of ship, unless it's a water battle. Li Yi shook his head. Jiangnan was a water town. It was faster to use other ships. They were all small boats. Chapter 638. Goose, in Daming Palace's Tai Pond, Shang. I was sitting on a boat in his mother's arms. He pointed at another goose boat and spoke. He really pronounced the word goose accurately. Empress Wang was so happy that she kissed her son a few times. On the other goose boat were Yao Chong, Baigu, and Wei Jigu. Zhang Shua was the youngest, so he sat on the low table in the middle of the boat and watched the others play. His posture was very awkward. On the second day after the results were announced, Li Longji returned with 2 goose boats. They were all the boats in Zhuangzi, except for the medium-sized boats. The children in Zhuangzi wanted to play, but Li Longji took them. After the morning court meeting, Li Longji invited the 5 people who had a good relationship with Li Yi to play. Actually, he also had to come to the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs to remind him of the daily necessities, but he would be busy after the imperial examinations. Bai Gu realized that he didn't feel tired when pedaling. To think that it's such a boat. Xiao Yi has indeed put her thoughts in the right place. The Ministry of Works will be responsible for the water network, and the Ministry of Revenue will pay. Wei Jigu was concerned about the Ministry of Revenue's money. I'll go find King Song and deal with the Workers' Alliance directly. Bai Gu didn't want to give the Ministry of Works money, fearing that someone would embezzle it. The Workers' Alliance must be under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Works. King Song can't bypass the Ministry of Works. Wei Jigu didn't give in. Your Ministry of Works will negotiate with the Workers' Alliance first. Then the Ministry of Revenue will pay. Bai Gu made a request. Why should the Ministry of Works go through the Workers' Alliance? Wei Jigu didn't agree. Bid. Your Ministry of Works will bid, Bai Gu said with a chuckle. Wei Jigu sighed. No one else had the right to bid, so the Workers' Alliance was the best choice. Yao Chong, who had been pedaling to experience the goose boats, relaxed his frown. With the boats, the transportation of goods on the main rivers will be more than 3 times more convenient. It's even 10 times more convenient. Lu Huaishan controlled the boat. He looked at the other goose boat. Other boats in the Yellow River and Yangtze River can only rely on boaters. How many boaters are there? Which one of you is tired? Let me help you step on the ground. Zhang Shua sat there cross-legged and asked. No one responded to him. He used his hand to touch the roof of the goose boat. In the future, there will be more boats like this in the capital. Even if it's a village over 100 miles away, a slightly larger boat will be much better than a carriage. What he thought of was that cows and horses ate grass. Once the grass grew, the Li family Zhuangzi would probably charge an extra rental fee. The wheel of the cart was broken in the middle of the road and the driver needed to fix it. In the village, more than 100 miles away, they had to rest on the road at night. The ship was bigger and could transport more goods. Several people could take turns to step on it. At night, they could eat and sleep on the ship. People who used to travel long distances with the current boats could travel 10 li in 2 hours, even if they were going against the current. Moreover, once the water net was built, the water flow would not be rapid. A larger boat could carry 8 people, and 2 people would take turns. It would take them 1 day and 1 night to reach Chang, and how long would it take for a person to travel 100 miles? People couldn't possibly take turns behind someone else's back, right? Did they still want the goods? Stepping on the ground was different from walking. Sitting there, they could borrow strength. There was also a handrail at the side. Grabbing the handrail and stepping on it saved a lot of energy. They could even lean back and step on it while lying down. The weight of the feet was not the weight of the whole body or the goods, but only the resistance of the water from the wheels. Zhang Shao thought and laughed. Oli, how did he figure it out? This is simple. It's the same as a water wheel. Don't water wheels also have pedals when they water the fields? Wei Zhigu explained the principle. Old Wei, don't lie to your heart. Why didn't you think of it? Water wheels have been used for many years. Zhang Shuo looked down on him. He only thought it was simple after seeing others do it. According to this, drilling the well was simple. Once the structure was completed, one could understand it after taking a look. There was also the earthworm used for shelling. Anyone who saw it would know. Before they saw it, they wouldn't know. Wei Zhigu pedaled a few more times, indicating that he wanted to switch places with Zhang Shuo. He ran to the middle and sat cross-legged to watch, just in time to see the little guy next to him. The little baby looked at him. Goose, goose. The little guy's 2 arms were each covered with a pig's bubble bracelet. Even if it fell into the water, the life buoy on the arm would float vertically with its head above the water. It wasn't a life buoy that accidentally got its head below. Wei Zhigu waved to the little guy. In the future, the people on the boat will wear life-saving equipment. Li Yi guarantees that it will be so. The shed will be removed. There's a shed. The wind is strong, so it won't move. Yao Chong looked up at the shed of the goose boat. Everyone had a look. The little guy fell asleep. Li Longji's goose boat docked, and the prime ministers followed. When they reached the shore, a group of people surrounded them. They were all Tao Hong and the others. There were 3 classes in total, 24 people. The little baby was placed in the cart, and they continued to push around. No accidents were allowed, and no one was allowed to get close. UNG, the capital government's mediocrity, should be cancelled. Li Longji walked slowly and said to Yao Chong, although the Ministry of Revenue was in charge of collecting rent, important matters still had to go through Ziwei province. This official knows. Plant cotton. Yao Chong accepted the order. Planting cotton was to provide warm clothes for the soldiers in the northwest and to bandage their wounds. In addition, cotton was the most suitable material for making gunpowder. Cotton was a strategic material. After collecting taxes, the imperial court wouldn't lack money. The capital government's mediocrity didn't matter. In the future, the entire Tang dynasty would collect taxes, and the people of the Tang dynasty wouldn't need mediocrity. Baigu. Li Longji looked at Baigu. This official will start organizing people to build roads, houses, rivers, and canals, and set up a water network today. Baigu didn't need Li Longji to say more. Daoji make the arrangements. The Ministry of Revenue will build a trade hall in Shenyang Lane. Take out the things hidden in the right treasury and auction them. Tell others where they are from. Li Longji instructed Zhang Shuo. This official obeys. Zhang Shuo had nothing to say. He thought of Li Longji's purpose, which was to help the local people sell things. Li Longji wasn't in a hurry to review the memorials. He took the Empress and his son to Baifu Hall and told Imperial Father and noble consort Lu about it. The 3 prime ministers and the 2 ministers looked at each other and found that they were old. Now, the matters in the imperial court had always been pushed by Li. When other people came up with a plan, they would be constrained. When Li Yi came up with a plan, everything was arranged. He helped you make money and helped you spend money. When the money was in your hands, you didn't have to think about how to use it. I feel that something big is going to happen, but I can't figure out where. Yao Chong's 6th sense came again. It doesn't matter. You'll get used to it. Lu Huaishan didn't think about what Li Yi was going to do. Have you found any good seedlings in the Sea Agriculture Temple? We're waiting for them to increase the production of the fields. Wei Zhigu remembered that there was still a problem with the hybrid crops. There should be. More than 10,000 magnifying glasses have been distributed to them. They organized the manpower, and His Majesty paid for it. Zhang Shuo was also looking forward to it. Increasing the production of crops was an urgent matter. The Sea Agriculture Temple fenced off a lot of land and planted all kinds of things. As long as there was one that could increase the production, the Tang dynasty would plant it like crazy. Rice, wheat, sorghum, millet, soybeans, any one of them could suddenly increase the production by more than 2 times. It would be best if it increased by 3 times or 5 times. Someone go and tell him that the Ministry of Works can borrow the nearly 12,000 captives. Wei Jigu looked at the others. Everyone quickened their pace. They were all busy. Chapter 639. Li family Zhuangzi will provide cotton seeds. As long as the mulberry and hemp fields are changed to cotton, the Li family Zhuangzi will buy them at a high price. Selling newspapers, the Li family Zhuangzi needs a large amount of cotton. They are willing to provide seeds for the people to plant. From today onwards, the people of the imperial magistrate will no longer need to provide cotton seeds. Big project selling newspapers. The imperial magistrate's water network project has begun to recruit workers. The Ministry of Revenue will provide funds. The Ministry of Works will tender for the construction of roads and canals. The poor people will be given 2 options. The Ministry of Revenue will pay for repairs and new houses. The imperial magistrate gave the order, but the effect was not obvious. The news had not yet spread out of Chang. The next morning, the newspapers began to report. Everyone in the imperial magistrate knew about it. The imperial magistrate ordered that the mulberry and hemp fields should be changed to cotton. This way, those who had land would not be recruited. Everyone else would not be recruited. The imperial magistrate wanted to build a water network to make it easier for the people to farm. The people were very happy when they heard the imperial magistrate's order, but they were hesitant to plant cotton. When the Li family Zhuangzi's request to plant cotton appeared, the people decided to plant cotton. They had to plant it now. If the mulberry trees were cut down, cotton could be planted in the mountains. They would not plant hemp. They would listen to the Li family Zhuangzi. The people of the imperial magistrate would rather believe the Li family Zhuangzi than the imperial magistrate. When Yao Chong heard the news, his mood was not as good as yesterday. His legs also hurt. He did not notice it when he was pedaling, but when he got home he felt a little sore. Why did it hurt so much in the morning? When he walked, his legs felt as if sandbags were tied to them. The imperial physician ran over and massaged the legs of the officials from last night. After the imperial physician left, Yao Chong felt that his legs hurt even more. The Li family Zhuangzi has been providing the people with tangible benefits, tangible money. Lu Huaishan expressed his understanding. Li Yi had been maintaining a good reputation. If it were someone else, they would have found a reason to kill him. Maintaining a good reputation in the imperial magistrate? What do you want to do? Li Yi operated, but no one thought he was up to anything. If he wanted to rebel, he could have done it a long time ago. Killing the entire royal family was a piece of cake for him. Even today he could still do it. Repairing the canal is more important than repairing the road. If the river is connected, the road will be easier to repair. Zhang Shua did not care whether Li Yi's reputation was high or not. He was more practical. When the river was being repaired, they were actually repairing the roads. Once the river was cleared, they would use ships, tools, and sand to repair the roads. Outside, the Workers' Alliance was busy building ships. Chang and had a well-developed water system, so there were many docks. They had all joined different unions and were competing with each other. At this moment, the person in charge of the Workers' Alliance came over with a new blueprint. Everyone was building the ship. Big, medium, and small boats were made. The small boats were about 12 stones long and could accommodate 6 people. When people wanted to travel to and from other places in the capital, it could be used as a passenger ship or a small cargo ship. In addition, he also built a ship of about 100 stones, which could be used for both people and goods. Any more, and the canal would not be able to support it. The depth and width were not enough. It would take a long time to build a ship of 1,000 stones, and it would take time. He did not expect to be able to use it this year. But next year, the Yellow River would be able to sail, so it must be able to go into the water. The whole capital office was busy. Those who did not participate in the cotton planting were doing odd jobs to help dig the canal, while the women picked tea leaves. The Li family Zhuangzi was still collecting tea leaves. Last year, they made a lot of money from tea leaves, but they were all shipped to other places. Until now, no one knew how the tea leaves were made, but they knew how to make tea sets for Kung Fu tea. Badminton and gate ball are very good. Li Yi always wanted to give money to other ministers, but he did not succeed. He made them and played them in the palace. Li Longji heard that the ministers' legs hurt when they rowed the boat yesterday, so he thought they lacked exercise. Why didn't his and the Empress' legs hurt? Usually he would dance, and the Empress' palace was full of joy every day. He thought it was because they did not exercise often and should be organized. And that table tennis, it was quite interesting. The table tennis looked like it was played with a paddle on the table, but in fact, there was a lot of movement with the feet. Brother E, here is 6,500 stones. It's a bonus for the frozen aquatic products in winter. Li Yi found Li Yi today. Li Yi had just sent away 220 students to the Ministry of Personnel to take some tests and see if their appearance was qualified. You made so much money. Li Yi never asked about the cooperation, nor did he receive any money. Today was the first time he received money. 6,500 stones. That was 5 million yuan. The profit was more than 30,000 stones. I will give you 6,500 stones. The rest will be divided among the brothers, and you will get most of it. Li Qingqi said embarrassedly. In the past, he did not give Li Yi a share of the money, but his brothers got the money. There was no other way. His brothers were poor, and the other 4 brothers also wanted to live a good life. Okay, I will take it. Li Yi did not refuse. He did not think he suffered losses in the past. He took a lot of watermelon frost, drunken crab, and most of the cotton collected by Sixley village. There will be more this winter. The Navy will taste the sweetness. Li Qingqi saw Li Yi take the money and felt relieved. Navy generals cannot be given to any aristocratic family. They must master it and operate it according to the Winged Knight's model. Li Yi did not look at the box of money and started to talk about the issue of generals. Some of them still need to learn, but they can master it. We will replace them next year. We will focus on promotion and nurture the people at the bottom and middle levels. Li Qingqi said honestly, the Navy needs experience, and the people who want to be generals must learn it well. Li Yi tore some scallion leaves with his hands, soaked them in soy sauce, and boiled 250 kilograms of baijiu. It is easier to build a new ship with medium ingredients. In summer or autumn, there is a way to preserve the taste of seafood. Li Yi continued to come up with ideas. Making money. He is willing to spend money, but it does not mean he does not want to make money. No hoof tendons. Just eat this. Li Qingqi looked at the dishes and ran out to look for food. He found the pig ears mixed with lamb tendons and cucumber and brought it back. It is not time for lunch yet. Li meant that they should not eat too much. They should eat at noon. Just leave it there. It looks better than some scallion leaves. Where is the chili oil? Li Qingqi wanted to look for it again. The small clay pot on the table. The chili oil should be planted in 2 days. Take it outside and plant it. Otherwise, it will not be enough for the villagers. They are already very thrifty. Li Yi pointed at the small clay pot on the table. The chili oil was harvested one after another. He could not eat all of it. Other than the chili oil for his brothers, it was for the villagers. Li Qingqi scooped some chili oil from the plate and dipped a hoof tendon in it. How do we transport seafood in summer? Soak it in oil. Cook the seafood, pour cooked oil on it, and make it into canned food. The bamboo type will do. Li Yi took a sip of wine. Make a few for me to see. The goose boat is interesting. I am going to make more and put it on the merry-go-round. Li Qingqi drank a mouthful of wine and ate scallion. You must let the tourists bring life-saving items. The small bamboo tube can be hung on their bodies. Or you can just put dry wood pieces in a net and tie them to their bodies. Li Yi was indeed as the prime ministers had expected, emphasizing on saving lives. Brother Yi, can the new ship you built be used for naval battles? The kind that can run very far away. Li Qingqi nodded, indicating that he remembered. He still had problems with the life-saving equipment. Li Yi poured wine for the two of them. No, the waves at sea are strong and the wind is strong. It is not as good as sailing ships. Besides, the waves are too rough and the ship will easily get water. In the future, I will build a steam engine. Chapter 640. What's a steam engine? Li Qingqi asked. He knew that if Li Yi made something, it would definitely be something good. A steam engine is actually related to the problem of sealing. It doesn't necessarily have to be rubber. Steam is the gas used to steam things, and the pressure is very high. Li Yi didn't explain in detail. It was quite difficult to explain physics. Brother Yi, you mean to use air to drive a windmill like the wind? Li Qingqi understood. Li Yi, he didn't know what to say. It turned out that the ancient people were not stupid. They could think of it in such a short time. Yes, use air to blow, but the air, I understand. When you blow the trumpet, the air must be concentrated. Also, leave a hole in the flute and a large amount of air will rush through, and the sound will be louder. Li Qingqi understood again and gave Li Yi an example. Yes, Li Yi found that he couldn't say anything. Then, take your time to make it. When it's done, you can use that to replace manpower. Steam is enough to make the fire. Control the water and air well and blow. Li Qingqi nodded seriously. That's right. I've been boiling water, Li Yi admitted. Was an aircraft carrier powerful? His power was boiling water. Even if it was a nuclear-powered submarine, it was powered by electricity and boiled water. Otherwise, where would the electricity come from? When it was time for lunch, both of them stopped eating and drank. Li Qingqi muttered to himself and left to make canned seafood. Li went back to the study to copy books. In the next few days, the people who had fields began to plant cotton. They took cotton seedlings from the Li family Zhuangzi back. When it was time to harvest, those who didn't participate in picking tea ran to dig ditches and repair the water net. The captives also went to work. They only needed to be fed and didn't need to be paid. The whole capital office became a large construction site. The people from other places also came to earn money. This was not the usual wage. It was 3 times more than the usual wage. The Ministry of Revenue was rich, and they pursued speed. Recently, there was nothing to do in the imperial court. Yao Chong breathed a sigh of relief. During the morning court session, Yao Chong came out to explain the situation. In the eastern region of Taihang Mountains, when locusts first appeared, the local people drove chickens and ducks to eat them. There were also merchants who bought locusts at the price of rice. Most of the children went to catch them. He mentioned the places where there was no locust plague last year. As soon as the locusts appeared, the people hurriedly brought out chickens and ducks to eat. Merchants raised pigs and bought them at the price of grain. A caddy of locusts was equivalent to a caddy of rice. When the children went to catch locusts, they could catch quite a lot in a day. When they came back, they would exchange it for the same weight of rice. A piglet eating a caddy of locusts was definitely different from eating a caddy of rice. Locusts were high in protein. If he was raising pigs, he could feed the locusts with pigweed. It was worth it. Are the people afraid of the locust god? Li Longji asked. The people offer incense to the locust god to thank the locust god for sending these locusts. Yao Chong said with a wry smile. The people knew that now was the best time to catch the locusts. They didn't want to wait for the locusts to cover the sky. Then they pretended to thank the locust god. What were the people thinking? Urgent report from Songzhou. Your Majesty, urgent report from Songzhou. Before Yao Chong could figure out what the people were thinking, a voice came from outside. The maids and eunuchs immediately went to find water and oxygen bags. It had become a habit now. If there was an urgent report, they would take this and sugar. This was because some of the people who had received urgent reports in the past would run over with their last breath. They would collapse and never get up again. Now everything was provided. When they arrived, they would take oxygen. When they arrived at the royal palace, they would be pushed onto the carts. Along the way, they would sprinkle water to lower the temperature. Someone was preparing to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation. I'm fine. I drank some sugar water on my way back. I'm the Winged Knights. The carts arrived. There were 6 carts. Obviously, there were 6 people with this urgent report. The leader was explaining to the others that he was drenched in water. Take a few breaths of oxygen first. Li Longji ordered. Therefore, the 6 of them each hugged an oxygen bag and breathed heavily. Your Majesty, I'm fine. The leader took a few breaths. He really couldn't take it anymore. How's the situation? Li Longji asked with a smile. 67 of our Winged Knights, brothers, died. We didn't bring them back. We salted them. The leader first talked about the sad news. Li Longji closed his eyes. Tubo attacked Songzhou. We attacked in time and killed more than 2,000 enemies. We captured more than 10,000. Another 2,000 Tubo cavalry went to attack Ningyuan town. Our Winged Knights released 2 hot air balloons to scout the enemy's situation. The main force directly attacked Tubo, killed more than 4,000, captured more than 6,000, and rescued 3,111 people of the Tang dynasty. Currently, we are negotiating with Tubo to exchange prisoners. Our army won a great victory. Tubo cooperated with the attack on Ningyuan town and urgently retreated. The 6 leaders of the Winged Knights who returned reported the results of the battle. They attacked Wei to rescue Zhao. They rescued many of their own people and forced the enemy to retreat. How many soldiers died in Songzhou? As the Minister of War, Yao Chong thought of Songzhou at the front and the Winged Knights at back. That way, the Winged Knights lost 67 men. What about the casualties in Songzhou? The Winged Knights didn't say anything. They looked up at Li Longji. How many? Li Longji asked. 290. The leader of the Winged Knights gave the answer. How did you fight? Your Majesty. Yao Chong asked. Li Longji nodded. Officer Guo always stared at the Tubo generals. They were more than 1,000 steps away. At most, 4 shots were enough to kill the enemy generals. The answer given by the Winged Knights was that simple. Isn't the death rate of the Winged Knights too high? Yao Chong found another problem. This person looked at Yao Chong with disdain. The Winged Knights are called the Winged Knights. Cavalry, attack formation, cavalry charge formation. The Winged Knights, personally charge formation? Zhang Shua muttered. The Winged Knights can dismount and get into formation. Our Winged Knights don't have any soldiers. The strength of the Winged Knights isn't because of the winged cavalry. It's because of the fighting power and the soul of the army. The leader of the Winged Knights straightened his neck as he spoke. His eyes were full of pride. Good. This time we can exchange for many of the people of the Tang dynasty. Spread the news to the world. Li Longji was even more proud. His private army wasn't a flashy army built with money. When it came to charging formation, they would charge at the front. After the small court meeting ended, urgent reports ran to the various prefectures to spread the news. Everyone in the court, no matter who they represented, was now silent. They won another battle. More importantly, the soldiers trained with money weren't weak. They could penetrate deep into the enemy's territory and fight. The most frightening thing about an army was that it had the soul of the army. The Winged Knights had achieved this. From now on, the feathered forest flying mounts were invincible. Brother, Yi has trained good soldiers for me. Li Longji brought the memorial to Empress Wang's palace. He wasn't in a hurry to correct the memorial. First, he spoke to Empress Wang. I knew it. The training method of the Winged Knights is different from other armies. San Lang, is there any news from Songzhou? Empress Wang immediately thought of it. They must have won the battle, and it was a great victory. It's about 100 to 1 casualties. I believe that more people from Tubo will die in the future. They don't have the medical skills brother Yi gave them. Li Longji walked over and put his arm around Empress Wang's shoulder as he spoke. He knew that after the Battle of Songzhou, Tubo would be terrified when facing the Winged Knights. They killed Tu ruthlessly. If not for Brother Yi's soft heart, he wouldn't have exchanged people with the other side. The people of the Tang dynasty who were captured didn't necessarily die. If Tubo's captives were released, they could still fight. Chapter 641. Lin Bin grabbed my hand. Let's go boating today. Lin Wenwu got an excellent result again. This time he got 50 yuan worth of coupons. He took his brother Dungbag out to play. Dungbag's real name was Lin Bin. Like his name, he was Wenwu. Dungbag wore a new set of clothes. His little hand was held by his brother. He walked with his little legs. Auntie Xin, Uncle Jiang, I brought my brother here to play. Lin Wenwu said to the two people by the river. Xiao Wu, come here. You got an excellent result again? The food seller next to him greeted. Yes, Uncle Yi. Lin Wenwu was already familiar with the three people. He always got an excellent result. When he got money, he gave most of it to his parents and brought his brother out to play. Here, I'll give you a cotton candy. The man, surnamed Yi, handed over a cotton candy. The cotton candy was allowed to be damaged. When the wind blew, the cotton candy would be blown small. However, the one he gave was just put up. This kind of small thing, the Li family Zhuangzi people wouldn't ask. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Lin Wenwu thanked him. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Dungbag shouted. There were a few boats by the river. There were geese, ducks, and chicks. They all looked so cute. Lin Wenwu took out 1 yuan worth of coupons and gave it to Uncle Jiang. 1 yuan was enough to play for an hour. There was a red seal on the coupons, indicating that it was a reward. Go play. Don't be afraid when the time is over, as long as there's no one waiting on the shore. The man, surnamed Jiang, took the money and said with a smile. The two children, one big and one small, began to put on their life jackets. Dungbag, who was already 3 years old, was much more sensible. He put his little feet on the pedals and moved with his brother. It was the middle of March. Where there was a river, the merry-go-round and other projects were started. The trade union specially made a pleasure boat that could hold up to 4 people. The price wasn't high. According to the price, including the cost of later maintenance, it would take 1.5 to 2 years to recover the cost. Therefore, the other craftsmen's idea of making it themselves and selling it at a high price was extinguished. Actually, according to my opinion, it should take at least 5 years to recover the cost. Li Longji brought the children for a physical examination again. When he talked to Li Yi about the cost, Li Yi gave him an answer. This kind of thing is beneficial to the people. The payback period must be long. The shorter the return period, the less suitable it is to be used in the livelihood industry. Li Yi didn't think that 1.5 to 2 years of recovery would be slow. Many investments would take 20 or 30 years to make a profit. For 20 years, it would be equivalent to 5% annual profit. For 30 years, it would be 33% annual profit. This included maintenance costs, labor costs, operating costs, and so on. After 20 or 30 years, the profits would be considerable. For example, the highway at that time had a 20-year return on investment. Calculating the return period of an investment was limited by the current state of social development. The private car ownership rate was 1%, and it would take 20 years to recover from the toll on the highway. In the next 5 years, the private car ownership rate reached 50%. In the 6th year, the money was back. According to the total amount of investment and the content of the agreement, at this time, it would either be free of charge or pay more taxes. The people who built the highway had a way to take advantage of the loopholes in the law and use the existing highway as a company to invest again. This way, the investment would be made, and the highway would be incurring losses. the highway still had to continue to collect fees. This loophole was easy to make up for, and they could be punished through other legal guidelines. But when water transportation logistics is developed, it must be a line that is settled separately. It is not allowed to operate as a whole. Li Yi said something that confused Li Longji. Third brother, this means that the total amount of the finance department cannot be used for any investments or collateral transfer. When the money is earned to a certain extent, the rules must be changed according to the agreement. Li Longji heard Li Yi's words, and it was difficult for him to understand. But he understood what Li meant. Brother Yi, will there still be people willing to invest? Li Longji was thinking of a practical problem. Everyone has the desire to pursue money. Isn't it good to not invest? Leave them out of the picture. At that time, we will be playing with finance. Without a strong entity to back us up, all finance will be rootless. Li Yi did not care about this at all. As long as he wants to, he can promote the real economy to finance. Finance exists now, and the imperial court's forced restriction of the exchange ratio between copper coins and silk is a loophole in itself. Li family Zhuangzi had issued exchange coupons to further promote the development of finance. Even if humans have developed to the age of pure trust, finance is still involved. Li family Zhuangzi can now issue more coupons, but Li Yi is not willing to do so. He cannot control it completely. When he is outside, 1 coin can be exchanged for 1,200 renminbi. This is an appreciation of the value of the coupons. It is because of convenience and the reputation of Li family Zhuangzi. Another reason is that some people feel that this 1:2 ratio can be changed to 1:1. 1% is 10%, and 100 coins is more than 10 coins. The more remote a place is, the higher the value of this ratio. It depends on the transportation cost of the copper coins and silk. This is the financial system, and there is no escape. Li Yi does not want to avoid it. If he wants to completely control finance, he will have to control all the circulation channels and return to the barter era. Even if paper currency is popular, there is still cash and cash. Cash is more expensive than cash. When everyone reaches the level of cash, physical currency will be abolished. If physical currency can be abolished, can barter be abolished? Where can gold be traded? Li Yi told these things to Li Longji. When it comes to cash and cash, he explained it separately. Anyway, he said the general idea. It is not in-depth, but there is more in-depth knowledge. Paper currency, physical copper coins, barter, the essence of money. Li Longji's head is full of question marks. He has a sense of fear. The key is that he can still understand and admit that there is nothing wrong with this theory. Brother Yi, is this how the country's money will be played in the future? Li Longji has a sense of rejection. It is too tiring. No, it is more complicated than this. But don't worry, third brother. I will teach the students. His Majesty only needs to know how to use people. There is no need to know everything. How can there be an emperor who understands the lives of all the people? Then he is not an emperor, he is a god. Li Yi comforted third brother. Don't be afraid, it is nothing. I will teach the students. At least I know a little. Brother Yi, you must stay calm. You can write a few books. Li Longji wants to learn. He is afraid of the unknown. Fortunately, his brother Yi knows this knowledge. I am writing. I will give it to you later. In fact, it is very simple. The most direct way is to have a strong military. If you don't like someone, just kill him. What's the use of his economic and financial theory? Li Yi used the most straightforward words to calm Li Longji down. Li Longji showed a grateful look. Yes, my soldiers are strong. I don't care what you say. I will kill and solve it. Today is the last day of the month. If you have not voted, please vote for this book. There are still 3 hours left before it is invalid. Chapter 642. The catkins by the river fluttered, and the sound of laughter came from the goose boats on the river from time to time. Compared to the people who had to work hard to support their families, the rich people in Chang and city found sunny days to take their children out to play. There was a large ship with wheels on the Bar River. Every day, the ship would go from the dock near the Li family Zhuangzi to Lantian County. It was mainly used to carry guests, and the fee was the same as other passenger ships. It could only carry 30 people at a time, and 8 people were responsible for driving the wooden wheels. It went with the flow of the water, and the splashes created by the wooden wheels were not much different from that of a water wheel. When it came back from Lantian County, the advantage of the ship's speed was reflected. Many people in Lantian County carried big and small bags and baskets. They wanted to sell things in Chang'an City, so only 30 people were allowed to carry a ship that could carry 100 stones. There was also a weight of goods. Brother E, the Workers' Alliance, wants to build their own ships and sell them. They're willing to give you a sum of money for each ship. Li Qingqi chatted with Li Yi in a goose boat. Not now, work for me. When the water network of the capital government is built, and the ships that I cooperate with the Ministry of Revenue are built, they'll be allowed to build their own ships. Li Yi rejected the Workers' Alliance's proposal to work on additional projects now. He knew that this was the idea of the craftsman in the Workers' Alliance, not his big brother. The docks in the capital government that can build ships are not only building ships for your water network, but also for our cooperation. Li Qingqi assured Li Yi that no one could build privately as long as Li Yi didn't agree. Then he said, the imperial court took the blueprint to Jiangnan. The Grand Canal needs more ships, but it's not clear how to charge. The charge he was talking about was the patent fee to Li Yi. If they built a small goose boat, they couldn't collect the patent fee, so they could hide in a small river. For ships over 100 stones, they needed to run on the river with a serial number. If they didn't pay, they would check the ship. Even if they paid 100 stones for a 100-stone ship, it could be considered to support the patent. Li Yi was quite embarrassed. The first paddle steamer was actually built by a member of the royal family of the Tang dynasty who was born more than 10 years later. That kid was called Li Gao. He was a very thoughtful person. According to historical records, his salary was not enough to support his family, so he wanted to go out and become an official. The purpose of becoming an official was to do something else to increase their income. Due to the influence of his relationship with the members of the imperial family, the imperial court did not allow him to leave. As a result, he made a small mistake and was demoted to be an official. This person knew how to govern the region, build roads, train soldiers, and invent things. If the situation in the Tang dynasty had not been so chaotic at that time, Li believed that Li Gao could have done better. Now that he was to be paid the patent for the paddle steamer, he felt ashamed. Big brother, we should set up a fund with this money to reward those who make improvements to the ship. Li Yi told Li Qingqi that he was not going to take the money and that he would give it to someone else. Paddle steamers still had a lot of room for development. As for propeller boats, they needed other kinds of knowledge. The blades of the propellers were not made casually. They had to be calculated and then molded. There was no need for a 5-axis machining center, let alone printing technology. I knew you would say that. Li Qingqi did not know that Li Yi felt guilty for copying Li Gao's invention. He thought that his brother Yi was always thinking about the world. Li Yi saw that his big brother had misunderstood. He opened his mouth to explain, but changed the topic. Don't take any big actions recently, especially those against the Turks. Wait until July. I will check the situation. Li Yi wanted to be stable. He was waiting for the death of a person. He did not know whether that person would die or not. He only knew that that person was still fighting according to historical records. He was fighting internally and did not attack the Tang dynasty. That person was preparing to unify the Turks. The matters of the imperial court are enough for the imperial court. How can they have time to care about other things? Li Qingqi shook his head. The busy people in the imperial court who were mentioned by him were now cursing angrily. The people of the censorate want to become famous because of this. I will fulfill their wish. Each of them can't think of a plan to benefit the country, but they are good at making trouble. Yao Chong was cursing the censorate. He was very angry. The imperial court removed the mediocrity of the people of the imperial court. The people of the censorate were impeaching. Li Yi wanted to plant a large amount of cotton and cancel the mulberry and hemp in the imperial court. The censorate was impeaching. The Ministry of Revenue paid to build a water network to facilitate irrigation and boat transportation. The censorate was still impeaching. Someone suggested that Li Yi's more than 11,000 captives be nationalized. Li Yi paid for the captives. They only care about causing trouble. Lu Huaixin, who also received the impeachment memorials, felt that the censorate was impeaching for the sake of impeachment for Li Yi. Zhang Shua sipped his tea slowly. This matter has involved the interests of many people. They are behind it. Zhang Shua was referring to a group of people who had the support of the imperial family. They had annexed the land in the imperial court and planted crops there. No one checked the mulberry and hemp. Now that they had changed to cotton, they should plant crops where mulberry and hemp should be planted. The wheat had not been harvested yet. It would be too late to plant cotton after the wheat was harvested. When the cotton was harvested, they could not produce the cotton. The imperial court used this as an excuse to deal with them. They could not avoid it. Seeing that the situation was not good, they asked for help. The censorate was the most suitable. Li Yi does not care if they plant crops or not. Isn't planting crops for eating? They think too much. Yao Chong continued to be angry. He put away the pile of impeachment memorials. Let's go see the pandas tomorrow. Lu Huaixin suggested. He was in a good mood after seeing the pandas. The next morning, after the imperial court meeting, the three of them quickly finished their work and ran to the Li family Zhuangzi's panda park. It was spring. There were fresh bamboo shoots and tender bamboo. Therefore, other than the panda who took care of the two children and took turns to feed them, the other pandas ate the bamboo. The bamboo shoots were no longer provided. The two little pandas no longer looked like mice. It had been more than 100 days. Their color had turned black and white. They were furry and could crawl, roll, and turn over. The weather was warm. The two little fellows were placed in an obvious place with a mat underneath. No matter how big the place was, the two of them were squeezed together. They bumped into each other and pushed each other. The people who came to watch laughed from time to time. The other 5 older panda cubs were more lively now. They crawled around and accidentally fell down. Their mood is much better. Yao Chong laughed a few times. He finally understood why Li Yi had to raise pandas. Dogs are also interesting when they are young, but things are different when they grow up. Pandas always make people happy, no matter how big or small they are. Zhang Shua said, not thinking about the imperial court for the time being. Lu Huaixin kept smiling. The Tang dynasty will be different in the future. The people will have more smiles on their faces. They will only smile when the Sitong temple cultivates good seeds and fills their stomachs. Zhang Shua sighed and thought of the imperial court again. On the other side, Li was talking to Old Man Mu. A person's mood depends on whether their desires are satisfied or not. It also depends on how they compare with others. Happiness is not only about filling your stomach. Brothers and sisters reading outside the station, please subscribe to The Starting Point if you have the ability. In addition, you need a recommendation ticket and a monthly ticket. Thank you.